Are we live? Well, you bet. And what is the Wi-Fi? I know it. On the board. Oh, don't put it on the board. It's too obvious for me. All right. Thank you very much. Great. Welcome. And I welcome all of you here this morning to the Select Committee on Tribal Relations. And we have my esteemed co-chairman, Representative Posey, who I'm glad to see is a co-chairman for the House of Representatives here. And I'm Cale Case. I'm from Lander. I'd like the other committee members to introduce themselves. Let's start over here.
I'm Joel Guggenmoss from House District 55.
Pepper Ottman, House District 34.
Senator Tim Salazar from Senate District 26, Riverton.
Thank you very much. And online?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and special guests in the room, my friends, Eric Barlow, Senate District 23, and my apologies for not being able to be there in person. Thank you.
Loud and clear, Senator. Good to see you. I hear you've been very busy. That's what I hear. Let's
Mr.
introduce
Chairman.
staff. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, it's springtime on the ranch, and I got baby lambs and calves and yak. So, and I'm a little short of help. So I'm the best I could come up with for today and tomorrow.
But your ability to put a little bit of politicking into your time too, I've noticed. So,
And I'm dressed appropriately, Mr. Chairman, head to toe.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen you standing yet. Let's introduce staff and then we'll go around the room. Eve, would you introduce yourself, please? Use your microphones. Well, they won't have microphones, so we won't have mics for this part, but keep going. Let's go back to the PBS guys. They never get introduced, so give them a round of applause. Great. Let's start. James, why don't you start us off in the back? Jump across, that's fine. Welcome. Okay. Next row. Welcome. Welcome. Hello, Scotty. Good to see you. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. How are you? Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, our best the senator. Welcome, best to Senator Barrasso. Welcome. Good to see you, Rob. Hi. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome. Hey, I thought we did that pretty well. What do you guys think? I thought that was great. Thank you very much. So we've got we've got a schedule, Mr. Chairman, of 2 meetings. We talked about having one of the meetings here in Fort Washakie, and you had expressed a desire to have a second meeting, maybe somewhere closer to Cheyenne, to try to bring more people in. But this is kind of our general first getting started meeting. And please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Case. The reason I was looking at another change of venue for the second meeting is sometimes the state of Wyoming doesn't know tribal issues well enough. So we talked about having some representative or senator host a meeting outside of this area. We don't know, we haven't decided what area that is going to be yet, but we will keep you informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll weigh whether that's going to happen or not. It kind of depends. That's a hard travel schedule for our local folks, but it definitely does have some merits. So let's go ahead and get on with our agenda items. The first agenda item is our tribal development efforts and updates. And would members of the Business Council like to tell us what's going on? We'd love to talk to you. Welcome. We got two chairmen. How do you want to divide it up? Come on up. It's the unity slate. Come on up. And there's room to pull up more chairs, everybody. Don't feel like there's limited. Just pull some up there from the front. Who'd like to start us off? Mr. Chairman.
Zambechu,
I'll bet you.
Mr. Chair. As my council here, I informed the rest of the council at 5:30 this morning. We got to be there at 8:30, so, but there's three of us. Anyway, we've
Pretty
been
good.
very busy, the tribe itself. Regarding, we got our situation with the solid waste issue. We got that straightened out, and our director, Mr. Verlinton Banna, you have to excuse me, I'm getting over a cold or whatever, but anyway.
Certainly.
But anyway, other issues with our Warren Valley Healthcare Center. We're getting that situated with our acting CEO. All that issue with our new clinic that we took over from IHS on July 1 of 2024. So we're approaching almost a year. The other issues that we've been dealing with is with our 477 program, getting those services and reports that are scheduled to be done. They've been done all with our WIT program, our elder assistance program. We had directorships in some of the areas that have stepped down. So we're in the process of hiring of new tribal people. And if any of the other council want to chime in, where I might miss something, I'm trying to think, working with our law enforcement, with the issues there. And, oh, then I heard the LEAP. We had the issues with LEAP. We had that resolved, and we're just, I don't know if any of the other council want to speak on something.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Welcome.
My name's LaTonna Snyder. I'm a newly elected member of the council. One of the issues is the LEAP cuts that's came down, and that's one of the priorities because it does help our elders and our community with gas and the lights, and that's gotten cut off. So that's a big issue. We're trying to recoup money for that. Solid waste, you know, there's never enough money for solid waste because of the fact that there's so much illegal dumping that goes on. Our DFS just started turning to 4E, and so that's a positive. We're in the process of changing our court administration. So we got a new court administration that'll be more 4E friendly. They realize that they need to have the right wording in that. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, maybe.
Go ahead.
If Vice Chair wants to chime in on.
Welcome, Mr. Vice Chair.
Good morning. I'd like to thank you for putting this on. Let me see that paper real quick. Travel development efforts and updates. Okay. What do we all speak on courts already? I know we were looking at a new chief judge, but it sounds like that didn't pan out. So we'll be revisiting that and re-advertising. Solid waste. I know the EPA thing, I think we're still wrapping our heads around it. I know with the current administration, one of our directors kind of freaked out and they thought they pulled the funding when actually it was just froze.
Hmm.
So now we gotta look for a new director for that whole position. Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate. We just got them going and then they were there for like a week and then they got word that they had no more funding. But that wasn't the case. It was just froze and just needed some paperwork to be done. But so now we got to revisit that. What else is there? EPA, Energize Wyoming. Actually, they unfroze our funding for that. So our Energize Wyoming grant that we have for, I guess green energies, on good to go. Sounds like. I think that's about it. I can think of. Huh?
You got a cold.
Oh yeah, sorry. Excuse me. I got a cold and I'm trying to keep it together here. I don't want to cough all over.
All the Shoshones are getting sick here. We've got to be careful.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, we were in Laramie for meeting with the University of Wyoming on some educational issue. But it seems like every time I go to Laramie, I come back and I catch cold every
Yeah.
time I go down there. So I was kind of under the weather, but I'm feeling well. The other thing that I know was kind of is of a concern is the Head Start program. That's an issue that under this new administration that, President Trump is looking at. And on this reservation, we have, each district has their, not only our preschool, but the Head Start. We have one in Fort Washakie, Ethatee, and at Arapahoe. Crowheart's, there's no Head Start up there, but there's the talk I've been reading on that, he's looking at cutting funds to that. And that's all our little kids, those kiddos. So I've been kind of keeping an eye on that. Also SNAP, like Councilwoman Snyder said, the LEAP and SNAP. Our tribe is very limited on funds. Yes, we do got royalty revenue
Mhm.
from oil and gas, but with the decline now is that I respect Chairman Grosbeck for the Arapahoe tribe, but with us, we are making decisions that will sustain us for temporary fix. We had to cut back at hours on tribal employees.
Mm.
So we're down to 32. Used to be 40, but we're down to 32. So we give it to the directors, you run your ship, however we can keep, as long as we keep the door open to our tribal people Monday through Friday. But right now, so it's just all these issues that are developing. So, and how, not only that, the Shoshone tribe, we're very active with Northern Arapaho tribe in our joint issues too. We have our own day-to-day business, Monday, Tuesday, Friday,
Mhm.
but Wednesdays and Thursdays, we are totally set on our joint issues with the Wind River Indian in our tribal council, excuse me. And back to the tribal court. We did have the BIA review team come in recently. They do that annually, and that visit went well. So that's pretty much, I think I kind of wrapped it up in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman. And I thank you all for being here this morning and have a good day. But we'll be sitting here throughout the day.
Well,
Thank you.
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you
We're-
for having
we're-
us.
We're very glad to visit with you. And I think we'll let Chairman Grosbeck talk and then we'll open up for committee discussion and question and answer. Chairman Grosbeck.
Hiti Nakasage Nialkat this morning. Chairman Case and Co-Chair Posey. Thank you for giving me time to talk here this morning. But on the Arapahoe side, we've been trying to get some economic development going, We got we're hauling our own gas now, We're gonna rebrand our C-stores. Gonna be 76 and we're able to get a pretty good discount price on our fuel
Cool.
for our C-stores, which now we're gonna start dictating the price here in Fremont County. we want to be a player and,
Did you tell Mike Bailey you were going to be doing that? Just joking.
we did. But we want to make sure that, we could, provide a good product to our people and at a discount rate, so we're starting to do that and we're going to rebrand to, 76 and that's one of the things that we're going to start doing and, we finally got it so that way we could, we got our, propane service going. We got it hedged, so we got it locked in for market price for
Mhm.
another 5 years and, we finally able to get a transport, so on that route, we're gonna be able to, have a pretty good discount price on our propane also too, so with that being said, we did some restructuring. We have a new CEO for our Wind River Casino, and we do have a new CEO for our Repo First business. And we're moving in that direction, we're gonna be proactive and try to promote self-governance on our part, because I think this what the administration wants us to do, and we're in the same boat, as the Shoshones, from the federal funding, all the IDC costs that's gonna be cut, we're having a hard time backfill too, the cuts that are coming down from the federal government, so we're trying to be proactive and trying to figure out other streams of revenue to come into the tribe, but we're sustaining. We didn't have to lay anybody off, but we had to move one whole program, which was a total of 23 people. We had to put it over under our Repo First program to pick them up. Otherwise, that'd been 22 people and do the math, that's probably going to be about 48 families are going to be affected, because that's the hard truth out here on the reservation. One income's going to take care of about 2 families,
Yeah.
That's just the way it is, and that was a hard decision that we had to make, but we didn't lay nobody off, so we're sustaining and for the most part, we're glad that we partnered with the Eastern Shoshone on our intertribal matters for the courts,
Mhm.
We're trying to make sure that we get that all set up, so all our judges and our prosecutor and public defender are all gonna have JDs. They're gonna be barred here in Wyoming. And for Indian law, that's one of our sovereignties that we need to exercise, self-governance and taking care of our own, So that's a major issue right there that we're trying to get cleaned up, and so that way, for our solid waste, we can start prosecuting people here. And if we can't do it here, well, then we'll do the foreign judgment and we'll send it to the county so we can start prosecuting the non-natives that come out here and illegally dump out here, that's a big issue out here, and there's a couple sites, illegal dump sites that's gonna be well into over 10 million to clean up,
Mm.
that's there ain't no way around it, and we're getting going pretty good on our solid waste also. We got Sean Brown, he's on the Fremont County Solid Waste Board now, so we're trying to make those good relations with the county and the state to make sure, we have a partnership moving forward so we could attack this problem, the solid waste problem that we have out here on the reservation and the surrounding communities, so we're trying to be proactive on that part, and we got a lot of brands in the fire right now, so
You
to
do.
speak, and one thing that we figured out that we had to adjust was for our oil and gas out there, there's a decline, so we had to make sure we put away a cushion for, we don't know how the market's going to be. We don't know if it's going to get flooded again or what, so we're being proactive with the Eastern Shoshone to make sure that we have that revenue stream coming in, and we're putting out RFPs for a new operator, and we're doing good things, There's a good partnership here with the Eastern Shoshone, so I'm looking forward to making things happen, and we've got some more business ventures that we want to keep under wraps, for the time being till we launch it, so I'd like to say that, and I'm glad I'm here this morning. Oh,
We're glad to hear from all of you. I think what we should do is open it up to Mr. Co-Chair and other committee members. Any questions or discussion? Mr. Co-Chair?
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask, thank you for the, first, Nialka and Zombechu. I wanted to ask more about the illegal dumping and how that's, I know it's been a topic of this committee in the past, but what assistance is the Environmental Protection Agency assisting the tribes with? And if the state has any role in assisting in that effort also? I talked to Art Lawson, the director of the Fish and Game, and he thought there was over 100 illegal dump sites,
Mhm.
you know, and we know where some of those are. But I was just wondering what the updated status of that is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, oh, Chairman.
Go ahead.
On that issue, you know, the EPA has been helping us along with the state of Wyoming. We're having grant summits now to figure out where we could go after and capture some of these federal grants to take care of some of the EPA issues that we have out here. And EPA has put up some funds that are able, which is historically the first for solid waste, you know. Yeah, and there's funds available, and both tribes have been going after them, and we've been finally EPA is finally dealing with the tribes as separate entities, so it could be competitive to go after those grants. Historically, the federal government and EPA, they just give one pot of money to both of us, make us fight over it, you know, which ain't fair, you know. I know we're two separate sovereigns that share this reservation, so we finally got that cleaned up, and I'm looking forward to moving forward with the EPA on these issues. And I just now caught wind for our solid waste, or there's some funding out there for integrated solid waste plan, so we can move forward, so we could do that plan, assessment plan, and then our solid waste guy, Sean Brown, he's gonna be taking some classes, so we can start implementing the law and order code. We'll have a section in our law and order code for solid waste and illegal dumping. So that's where we're moving forward with it, you know. And the other issue for the EPA, we have a GAP grant right now, and we were trying to get the Wind River Environmental Quality Commission up and going again. And that's what they said. They froze the funds, and that person was only there for a little while. So we're trying to navigate our way through that because that funding is still there. So we asked for the extension on those funds. So I think we do have a game plan moving forward, you know. It's just, we all got to get together and make it happen, you know. So that's how we're handling the EPA issues on illegal dumping and some of the funding that's there that we got to capture and we had to take care of, you know. So
Anybody else want to address it? Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I will concur with Chairman Grosbeck. And the issues have been brought to the Joint Council on these illegal dump sites, and we're aware of where they're at. And I agree with on the rec, that is what's going, and then it just kind of, now we're not at a standstill, but we're gonna figure that out. As for the funding, we have made Verlin Banner aware of our director, so we're just day by day, and then when it gets brought back to when we go back to intertribal council, so, and we're gonna collaborate right along with Northern Rapo Tribe, because it's an issue that this has been going on a long time, and to put guts in our SALOC, Shoshone and Rapo Law and Order Code,
Mhm.
and the majority is non-Indian. And we don't got enough people out, you know, law enforcement, they're strapped. But, you know, even with our transfer, well, where our dumps are, we only have 3. So see, and on our side, we have the one here in Fort Washakie up here on top of the hill is our first dump. And then we have our other one out on the reservation, Crowheart area. So they take care of that. So those are the 2. And then I know Councilman or Chairman Grosbeck, they have their Ethity one and then the Arapaho one.
Mhm.
So, but it took a lot to clean them up, but we know about these illegal dump sites, and yes, we're securing funding for them because it's just, I drove by one and it's like, we're going to take care of it, but it's going to cost us a lot of money.
Yes.
And it's been going on for years. But I don't know if my counterparts want to chime in on this, but if not, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Follow up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I heard that, as you mentioned, rec will be starting up again. And that's good news. And I think, and just for the record, it's an illegal dumping is not just a reservation issue. I think it happens throughout our wide open spaces in Wyoming. So I want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Anybody else? Any questions from the committee? Go ahead, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you. This is my first time on this committee, although I've been out here a few times for your meetings. And I'm so pleased with how you are moving forward with the illegal dumping. And I know coming into town from the south, you can tell that there's movement. And so I really appreciate that. I'm not aware of all of the ones that are on the tribal lands or on Fremont County lands. And so it's kind of hard to watch. But I was interested in a couple things. One, how are you going to prosecute? Are you thinking maybe cameras at these spots? Because people don't dump right in front of other people usually. And some of it is just dreadful. I mean, I know it and see it and it is bad. But some of the things that are dumped are huge. And so I was just wondering if you could give me a little bit of information on how you plan to do that or the movement of that. So Fremont County may be given some information on how they might be able to do stuff. And the other thing is if you could just tell me a little bit about the propane and the fuels. Are you going to have more fuel stations, gas stations, or to turn into 76, or just utilize the ones that you have like here at the Fort and on the highway? And the other thing is the propane business up by the airport, whose is that? And is that what you're going to use? So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Representative Ottman. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, to answer Representative Oatman, on the SALOC, I sit on the Judicial Committee. Both tribal councils select people. So with this new election that we had, both tribes, so the new people are put on those committees. So there's solid waste, judicial and whatnot. Myself and I believe Councilman Goggles is here. He sits on the Judicial Committee with me, and there's two other council people that sit on there. But we're in the process of the revision right now. Majority of the CLOC is being updated. So we're I think a target of around September to get it all final and then drafted and then to, get it clarified. But I know the issue with that is, like I said before, the SALOC is 35 years old. Honorable Chief Judge St. Clair, past chairman of the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, incorporated that code. So it's 35 years old. So right now we're at chapter 10 in SALOC, and then we're in the Terrell ordinance part now. We're like right in the middle of that. So, but with our busy schedule, both tribes, meeting after meeting, email after email, our executive secretary for the Joint Business Council, Carolyn Shoyo, she has to tie us in one day to get back, get back on with SALOC again. So right now we're in the middle of chapter 10 on Terrell. So, but on the addressing the issue, those are, we have an attorney, I can't remember his name right off the bat, Colston. He's our attorney that's helping us with that. So, but we're trying to put more guts into it to make it, and with the issue on the illegal dump, it's more or less the large items, like washers, dryers, refrigerators. I know at one point before ETT got cleaned up, I don't know what company came in and dumped a large quantity of tires at 8th and T dump.
Hmm.
We went down there and looked at it, it was lots. And, you know, it was just, and for Berlin and them to, you know, watchdog that, they, probably middle of the night, they're dumping, you know, but and for like cameras, yeah. I mean, if that's, the idea has been arise to, you know, cameras to be installed. So, I mean, you see it on the hunting networks, you know, strap them to the pole.
Mhm.
So in order for us to to catch them, we're looking at strategies like that. And then on just to address just a little bit part on our propane, the tribe, we do have propane for our tribal membership with our Shoshone Utility Office under Aaron Martin. And then we give the tribe gets the members get a pretty good rate when they get to fill up. And then with our elder assistance programs, they get 2 fill-ups. One in, just depends. And we try to get the tribal elders, our tribe is a lot smaller. We're 4,518. So with the majority of our tribal elders, we have a small number. So, but we make sure we get the elders filled up first. So wintertime months, so they're getting filled up a full tank, depending on the size of their tank. So they get 2 fill-ups. And then majority of the other tribal memberships, they, you know, they can get their propane from the tribe, and it's a pretty good rate. So that's all, and I'll turn it over to Chairman Grossbeck, but thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Grossbeck.
Chairman. For our solid waste, we have a person man it during the day. We have set hours and everything, and we have it locked up when it's closed, and we do have cameras out. We've already caught somebody already, you know, so we're moving forward, but you know, vandalism, you know, we can't watch it all the time. So somebody tried to shoot our lock off already, and you know, those are the issues that we deal with out here. But we got cameras now, but a lot of them don't know it. But that's all right though, you know. So we got them set up so we can capture license plates and vehicles and stuff. So we're gonna start moving in that direction, you know. And for the record, our 17-mile transfer station is not open yet, you know. We're working towards getting it open, you know. So we just
Mhm.
have the ET transfer station right now. And as far as our propane, we have we're in a coalition, a co-op with some other tribes from up north, and that's how we all go together to co-op, and that's how we hedge our propane. So that's how we're able to take care of it. And it does run from out of the office, the Rappaport propane up by on top of Airport Hill. Yeah. And as far as our fuel, we're gonna brand 76, but that's just gonna be the 789 in the ETC store. Yeah, and we have Salmon's, the old Salmon's property.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we bought that, and we're gonna start hauling in bulk fuel
Mhm.
to there. We had to do some cleanup on some tanks and stuff, some infrastructure there, so we got that.
Salmon's oil, I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
So we're gonna start running our bulk fuel out there, and we're gonna start getting some contracts with some of the schools out here, so we can start running bulk fuel out here to the schools and to the ranchers and farmers out here, you know. So that's how we're taking care of it on that part, you know. So
Fabulous.
yeah.
What a great idea. Anybody else? Anybody else have any questions? I had one question about dumping and illegal dumping. If a person is a non-enrolled person who owns deeded land on the reservation, are they able to use like this dump or not? How do you guys do that?
The way we have it set up for ours, you know, if they pay, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we have it, so for the first year, we just want to get people out there to start dumping, you know.
Right.
So it hasn't been a full year, but we're transitioning to charging, you know, the tipping fee for
Mhm.
them to dump over there.
For non-enrolled people.
Yeah, and we're charging everybody.
Okay.
Enrolled members too, you know, so,
So is that the same fee for everybody?
yep,
Okay.
yeah, so.
So if you had a ranch out here
Mhm.
and you were on deeded land and maybe you weren't an enrolled member,
Mhm.
you might be part native, but
Mhm.
you could use those dumps if you paid the tipping fee.
Yep,
Okay, very good.
but there will be a price difference, you know.
There
So,
will be.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll give our members a discount. But we'll be charging what the county charges on the other side, so.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Anybody?
Mr. Chair, just.
Go ahead.
Just to address it on our part, Shoshones, we don't charge.
Mhm.
So, but we're just discussing that, well, we might have to because we're getting the overflow now.
Sure, if you don't charge and,
Yeah,
and they
If the
do.
T's charging and then, so now
Problem.
I know when, just last week before I went to Laramie, our, Verlin let me know, he goes, we're starting to get a real large amount of people coming up to Fort.
Right up here.
So, because we're not charging. But now we'll probably do the same thing.
Yeah,
So, charge, because they do say we get some non-unions, but Verlin and Ron and them are on that,
they know.
if they try to bring something, they have to redirect, you gotta go to Lander, take it to the Lander field. Because they know they don't have to pay, they have to pay there, you don't have to pay out here.
Right.
But we don't have that many containers and we can't take what they have, so it's just. And then you have to, if you're taking it from here, leaving the fort, to take it to Lander, they're watchdogs, so we have to make sure that everything's strapped down,
Yeah, they're
tarped
big on
up,
that.
because if not, going right into Lander, ticket.
Mhm.
So you have to be very careful how you're hauling it, because you gotta get through Lander to get to the Lander field.
Yeah.
So we've kind of been reminded of that, so we just kind of remind our tribal membership, just this is how you have to do it, so, but other than that, we don't charge, but
Probably will. in the
we'll
future.
have to do the same thing as Northern Arapaho tribe.
Yeah,
But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Ottman.
Oh, Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry, who's that?
Senator Barlow has his hand up online.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Didn't look backwards. Senator Barlow, we'll do you first, and then we'll go to Representative Ottman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would just point out to the committee and certainly to our colleagues in the tribal council, the chairman, we have a friendly face, I think, now in the Region 8 EPA and Cyrus Western. So if there's opportunities that they think need to be addressed and we can be helpful in some way, or I can be helpful in some way with former Representative Western, certainly reach out to you, or maybe as a chairman or one of the other members, and we can try to assist in getting some of that high level liaisoning done if it would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Senator. Good to see you. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up. I know my husband and I go to the dump there in Riverton, the transfer station. It's like $5 or $7, I mean, it's very, very reasonable. And I've heard people squall about that and I was like, oh my. But I was wondering, do you have, does your company or does the company come down and can people have their own waste picked up at their home? Like hire somebody to come every month or, sanitation company or whatever they call them.
Go ahead. Who would
Chairman.
like to go ahead?
Chairman.
Chairman
So,
Grossbeck.
Our solid waste program, we do commercial and residential too, so.
Okay. Anybody else? We really appreciate the update and chance to meet with you. So I think we're going to move on to our education topic, if that's acceptable to everybody. And we do really thank you for your hospitality. Thank you. Yes, Anna, I'm sorry. Who's trying to get me?
Mr. Chairman, were we going to hear from the governor's office too on this topic?
Yeah, let's do here. I'm sorry. Let's get the governor's office and our liaisons up here. After all, they dressed up for us today. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for keeping me on track. New faces. Hi,
Morning,
Kit.
Mr. Chairman.
You're not Kit.
I am not Kit. That's one of my talking points, just to make sure. It's good to see you all
Good to
today.
see you.
Chairman, co-chair, members of the committee, Senator Barlow online. Just by way of personal introduction, my name is Chad Auer, Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Gordon. And I am not Kit. Kit is no longer with our office.
Somewhere south.
He's somewhere south. He's on a journey. Some have said he's looking for a wife, but I don't know how that's going. We love Kit. We wish him the best. But I am going to try to fill in this role, and I consider this tribal relations to be a huge honor and an important role. And I appreciate the patience of you folks, as well as a number of folks in this room as I'm getting up to speed. I'm joined by Anita and James, who serve as tribal liaisons here in the governor's office, and they really are critical to this really important function of the governor's office and the effort to establish positive relationships, open lines of communication based on mutual respect and understanding, looking for ways to be collaborative. And these two folks they deserve a tremendous amount of respect and gratitude. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to, I think, Anita, you're first. Give us an update.
Welcome, Ms. Romans.
Chairman, co-chair, members of the committee. Sorry, my brain just went. Every time I have to do this, I get really nervous. So it's really good to speak to you all today. Really quick, again, we really work really closely with the council to make sure, and each of us, there's separate tribes, separate sovereignties. And so they have separate needs and separate concerns. And so we try to, both of us work separately and then chat and work together as collaboratively as we can for the state. And I think that the relationship with the governor's office and the tribes is just really strong. So I'm really proud of that. The governor's office continues to work on MMIP through the state task force. Kara Chambers heads that. So I'm not going to talk too much on that because it will be a discussion later on, I think tomorrow morning.
Right.
And what we can say is we are happy that the Badges Act has been brought back to life at the congressional level. And so hopefully we can get a letter of support from, well, not hopefully, we are working on a letter of support, a joint letter of support from the governor's office as well as the council. And the Badges Act has a lot of different kind of solutions, but the specific one that we're kind of hoping to see is bringing light to the law enforcement shortages and hiring speeds for BIA officers, because it takes up to a year for that. Another piece of really, it's a highlight, I would have to say, is that for the first time ever, the Northern Arapaho Business Council invited the state budgets department out to do a grant summit, and they had all of their programs there. So that's the first time that that's ever happened in the history of the state of Wyoming. So that was like a really nice, proud thing to see. As for solid waste, we worked really closely. Last year, the Northern Arapaho Business Council invited the EPA out to really tour a few of the larger illegal dump sites. So you had touched on, you had heard it was 100. It's actually 1,100 illegal dump sites. And those are on not just main sites. These are happening in rangelands, a lot of different areas. And so they invited them out. The EPA encouraged the Northern Arapaho tribe to submit an application. And I think right now we're still waiting to hear back from Cyrus Western regarding what's going on kind of, with the changes that are happening at that congressional level. And again, to touch on it, it is a lot of non-natives that are illegally dumping on the Wind River Indian Reservation, as well as across the state of Wyoming. So we're hoping that discussion is going to progress with this committee about what that looks like. As for, you had asked earlier also, sorry to keep going, what we're trying to do. One of the things that we are doing is that, we found in this office that there is a recognition of foreign judgments. So we're thinking that, maybe if the tribal courts issue a foreign judgment for a non-native regarding illegal dumping on the reservation, we can send that over to the prosecutors in the county. So we'll see how that goes forward. And hopefully we'll see that. One of the wonderful crowning things too is we were present for legislative session the majority of the time, James and I, and we welcomed the Northern Arapaho Business Council several times to testify on several different committees. What's really interesting is I think a lot of times, and this is not to be rude, but the state will get on a mission or see the state issues, and they see the state issues and they kind of forget, or they don't realize that these are going to impact the reservation or tribal issues, or these are the same kind of issues. And so there's a lot of overlap on things that the tribes are concerned and the state are concerned about. So we've seen a lot of progress there. So I got to say, I'm really proud of just that relationship. So I stand for any questions, or I can move on to James and then you can ask at the end.
Any questions for Ms. Romans? We're good. Keep going. Nice job. Mr. Searle.
Good morning, Chairman Case, Co-Chair Posey, Honorable Committee. Of course, my name is James Charles. I'm the tribal liaison to the Eastern Shoshone Tribe at Governor Gordon's office. I got a few things. One of them happens to be the Wyoming Grants Management Office Assistance. They had a summit here held, in fact, it was last month, April 14th to the 17th, right here in CWC. It was very well attended. They had over 400 participants, which is
Wow.
which is great. A lot of connections were made, as well as we also had a couple of Cyrus Western was there. He was the keynote speaker. Our business council got to meet with him as well, and so that was good, as well as Senator Loomis's office. And so it was a very good summit. They also had some panelists, and one of the panelists happened to be one of our Councilman Glick. So I got to give him a shout out on that for being there. I mean, that's probably one of the first times that's ever happened. So he was well taken care of, and it was well received. So that was good. We also had some other panelists with our Energized Wind River. They were also a panelist. They're the ones that are going to be doing this tribal electrification program. They'll be working closely with the Eastern Shoshone Housing Authority. It was a grant that was through the Department of Interior. So it is about solar. So that's coming forward real soon. I mean, they've got the funding. I think they're in the middle of doing the training. You got to be able to train people, members to kind of revamp your house if it cannot handle the new amps. So I think it's a 200 amp. It must have at least for this solar panels to work properly. Solid waste, of course, they did get to meet with Cyrus Western. I don't know if you knew at that time, but to did get an email that's saying that that grant through the EPA for the community change grant was terminated. However, though, they offered no further information. So that could be just, who knows? It could be a lot of this stuff seems to get frozen for a while. So we'll see. Hopefully we can, that took, the tribe spent many hours just putting this grant together. It was about 10 million. So, and that was a lot for the Shoshone tribe to clean up on, I think, on our end, and a lot of the illegal dump sites. I think it also extended over into north of the Big Wind and Crowheart area, and just about in working collaboratively with the Northern Arapaho tribe, trying to, okay, well, you guys, you'll get this area, we'll clean up this area, we'll try to, because it is a competitive grant. So anyway, moving on to, and the governor continues to, he works collaboratively with them and wants to find solutions for this illegal dumping. And although that grant would have to be cut recently, they can continue to, look for some solutions and moving forward and trying to, like they had mentioned, the cameras and that sort of stuff, and the prosecution area where that can happen. Next I got is MMIP. Of course, Governor Gordon proclaimed May 5th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Day of Awareness. And like I said, they'll go into more MMIP tomorrow. I believe that there's an MMIP Wind River and also an MMIR 307, which we have more than one now to serve the reservation. And if anybody has read the news or seen the news lately, there's been at least 4 gone missing in the last 2 weeks. So this is a big thing. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Committee, any questions for the governor's office and liaisons? Any questions? How are we doing? Mr. Co-Chair, I knew you would have a question.
I know you guys' plates are full of many issues, trying to coordinate between the governor's office and the tribes. And as a freshman legislator, like some of us are up here, you guys were very helpful during the session, and I appreciate that. I know there's a lot more issues that need to be tackled between the state and the tribes, but I think you guys have been very effective at what you do. Thank you. And where is Kit? Is he in Chile or somewhere?
Chile, I think, yeah.
Okay. Well, who? Oh,
He had spent time in South America
Yes.
earlier in his life, and he speaks Spanish fluently, and he wanted to kind of take a break and go down there. So I admire him. Thank you all. You're doing a great job. Appreciate the working relationship we have, and really do. Is there any public comment specifically on these developments at this point? Any public comment at this point in time? Anything online? Okay. Let's pick up, let's move to the next topic, K-12 education. Mr. Black, lead us forth. How are you? How many years has it been?
Mr. Chairman, I'm starting to lose track, but
Welcome.
I've been with the agency now 10 years. So
Uh-huh.
it's crazy how the time goes by. But Mr. Chairman, I'm Rob Black. I'm with the Wyoming Department of Education. I'm the social studies specialist and the Native American liaison. And maybe a fairly new face joining us. I'll let him introduce himself, our Chief Innovation Officer.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Tajeski. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the WDE.
And say your name again, sir?
Nathan Tajeski.
Ajeski?
Tajeski. It's Polish. You got to cough when you say
Okay. Spell it for us.
T-E-D
Uh-huh.
J-E-S-K-E.
It's obvious to me. Very good. Welcome.
It's the common spelling.
I assume it is, yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Kazimierz Polansky Day, though. We'll have to hoist him one.
On behalf of Nathan and our department, it's always an honor and a pleasure to be before you and members of the committee and be here in this beautiful Wind River country. We would wish that some of the rainfall you would send to the southeast corner as we're kind of drying up, but it is beautiful here. We wanted to just touch on the student achievement, some of the data we put in your package, but for members that don't have that handy, or for members of the audience, we wanted to highlight some of the highlights for you. And then for the cultural methods of teaching, we thought it would be best to yield the rest of our time back to the local superintendents to discuss what they're doing in their schools. But some of the statewide data we have, 89,000 plus students in the state, and about 2,700 of those identify as Native American. So that's 3%. That's held fairly steady. So 3% of our students statewide are identify as Native American. Fremont 14 had the highest percentage of tribal students at 97.1%. And they're followed closely by, and 14 is Wyoming Indian in Ethity, followed closely by Fremont 21, which is Fort Washakie with 95.7%, and Fremont 38, which is Arapahoe at 89.7. So those are our top three districts in the state as far as the percentage of tribal students, and all three are on the reservation. Then on the border is Fremont 25 at 21%. Fremont 25 is in Riverton, or based in Riverton, and Fremont 1 is in fifth place with 9.1%, and Fremont 1 is Lander. And the highest overall number of students are at Fremont 14, and followed by Fremont 25. Grad rates, those have actually been, for the most part, at least the 10 years I've been with the agency, they've been trending upward in Indian country. Took a few hits during the pandemic, but generally we've gone from the 40s to the 50s. Still not where all of us would want to see the graduation rates, but they are improving. Statewide, the four-year grad rate in 23-24 was 81.6%, so about 82%. And for all Native students statewide, it was 52.8. So there is a gap there still. Wyoming Indian and Superintendent Smiley, I know, is here, and she can address this, but I wanted to especially highlight that their graduation rate went from 60% the previous school year to 76% in the most recent year, 23-24. So that's a huge jump, very significant jump
Do you know the actual numbers?
Of students who've graduated,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, no, I don't have that handy,
Yeah,
but I'll bet she does.
I'll bet so.
Rates for the other districts, 35.3 and 38. In Fremont 25, it's 28.6 for the indigenous students and 24% for Fremont 21. And I'll pass over to Chief Tajeski for some of the ACT and Y-top results.
Mr. Tajeski,
Thank you, Mr.
am I
Chair.
close?
That was perfect.
Wow, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Committee. ACT scores for the state, when we look at the composite score for Wyoming, it's a 18.9. When we look at the average score across the Fremont 21 was a 14.2. Fremont 14 was a 13.2. And there was no average score released for Fremont 38. When we look at YTOP, we did choose a sample of fourth grade. The data set there is extensive, and rather than go through every grade, every test, wanted to give you a fourth grade snapshot, but it is fairly representative of the total data set. When we look at statewide average proficiency for English language arts, it was a 49.67, so about 50%. For American Indian students, it was an 18.92, so about 19%. And for mathematics, the statewide average was 54.5, compared to a 21.62 for Native students. For science, we saw a 52.03 average for proficiency.
Statewide.
Statewide.
Mhm.
And for tribal students, that was a 17.49.
Okay. Is that scale, linear scale at all? Can you say that somebody got at 17 point, so was less than half the questions correct of the 50%?
To provide a little clarity on that scale,
Okay.
we're looking at total number of students that were proficient on the test. So you're looking at the total students in that grade level that met the cut score for proficiency.
So then that is the marker is proficiency.
Yes.
So statewide, 54% were proficient. And then you mentioned one that was 17% proficient.
Yes, in fourth grade science.
Fourth grade science. Okay. I think I understand it better now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to add on, that those numbers were for proficient and advanced.
Okay.
Or advanced. So that's lumped together, the proficient and the advanced, which are the top two levels.
Okay. Fair
So,
enough.
just to be clear.
All right. We'll keep going.
For as far as achievement data, that's what we brought for you today. We'll stay
Okay.
for any questions on that. Otherwise, we'll yield our time to the districts to discuss the cultural methods of teaching.
Okay. Any questions from the committee for the Department of Education? Any questions? Any questions online? Senator Barlow knows how to get our attention. So, Representative Ottman, please go ahead.
Thank you. Must be catching whatever it is over here.
Did you go to Laramie?
No, a couple weeks ago. Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And just a question. So as we look at proficiency rates, I would think that bar is set at what is a good place for our students. Is there thought about how to improve it? Is it up to the individual districts? Because it's been a thought that that this is a concern. And so what are we doing to address that? Is it all local? Is there information on what has happened over the last 10, 15 years? As far as, could it be curriculum? Could it be whatever it could be, teaching methods, methodology? What is it that has changed over the last 15 years? And not to put you into something for an hour or two, but just, is there any data collection on how it's happened, how quickly it's happened? Have we ever been 80 or 90% proficient? Just those things. And the state as well as the tribes. Thank you.
It's kind of a broad question. Mr. Tedzinski.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I don't have the data in front of me and I don't want to speculate. If you're asking me to guess right now, I'd say no. As a statewide average, we haven't been at 80, 98%. We do have individual schools that have achieved that, but not at a statewide average to my knowledge. But I can get that information for you at a later time. As far as support for individual districts or what to do if achievement scores aren't the highest, curriculum's a local control issue. Methods of teaching is a local control issue. We don't prescribe that. We've started working with actually Fremont 21 this year on a new initiative called the School Transformation Network that it does through our statewide system to support consultant provide more targeted support to close some of those gaps, and not just specifically student achievement, but we also recognize there's a large number of reports that get submitted to our department. There's a number of different moving parts. So we've partnered with them this year, and I believe it's been very successful thus far. I'm excited to see what the results of this year's assessment will be. But the goal being, in providing more targeted supports, can we help move the needle? And it's not something that we push in on. That's something, it's an agreed upon accepting us in as an offer. So.
Anybody else? Would it be fair to say, Mr. Black, you've been around a long time. We've been fighting this achievement gap since the very beginning. And I think we've had cycles where things were better at certain particular schools but are we gaining? And if I'd like to know about that, if you think we're gaining, what can we do better? And I know we're going to hear from each school, so I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. The gap has remained fairly consistent over time. It kind of goes up and down and depends on the district and the schools. It depends on a pandemic too, not to point to that too often. But I think it's fair to say none of us are happy that gap, it's not closing as fast as we would probably like. But beyond that, I would be more comfortable with the districts addressing maybe a little bit of the why and the how.
That's fair enough. Anybody else? Anybody? Thank you, guys. Stay close by. We might have more questions. Let's, I guess we'll go to the districts, right? So who's going to take us on first? We got lots of chairs. I know we have lots of superintendents because you're in Fremont County right now. Welcome. It's really good to see all of you. And thanks for taking time out of your busy day. And who wants to start?
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Nanananock Kurt Mayer, and I'm the superintendent at Fremont 38 at Arapahoe.
Okay. Gotta have a green light.
Good morning. Sembechu. My name is Deb Smith, and I am the superintendent at Fremont 21 in Fort Washakie.
21.
Nyanka. I'm Elizabeth Smiley, the interim superintendent at Fremont 14, Ethity.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr.
Go
Chairman.
ahead.
Oh, thank you guys for allowing us to come present again as we did last year. We'll be able to answer any of these kind of questions and kind of give you any of what we're doing individually within our districts, but then as our superintendent group here in Fremont County to address some of those issues with the education gap and the things like that. Also to tell you what we do for language and culture within our district and everything like that. So would you like us just to go through the presentation or
I think that's a good start.
focus on? Yep.
Right. Can everybody see it? Go ahead.
You can go to the next one. Thank you. And we showed you this data last year.
Right. But you know, half the committee's new, so
Yep.
we're
Yep,
always
absolutely.
just like in your world, new people
Yeah,
all
let's
the
get it.
time, you always have to keep going back.
Absolutely. We are the 7th largest reservation in the United States by area with 3.3 million acres. We're the 5th largest reservation in the United States by population. We're home to 9,862 Northern Arapaho and 4,216 Eastern Shoshone enrolled tribal members. You can go to the next one. We'll just go individually now, kind of through our school and highlight some of the amazing things that are happening here on the reservation in the 3 tribal schools.
Who's next? Go ahead. Say your name again.
Elizabeth Smiley.
Smiley. Get a nice smile.
Thank you. Chairman Case, honored committee members, we have an average daily membership of about 571 students, 96% Native American, and 100% of our students are provided free breakfast and lunch every day through the CEP program. Our mission is to make sure that everyone, students and staff, are continuing learning and become positive contributors to the society while utilizing their indigenous language and traditions. Next slide, please. As Rob Black was saying earlier, we run about, and it depends on the grade level at year to year, we're running about 5 to 20% proficient, depending on the grade level and the content area, whether it's ELA, science, or math. We see growth, but we go up and down a lot. And we put there for comparison that now, while 20% of our high school students are proficient or advanced, 53% of the students in the entire state are proficient in advanced. So, yes, there's a large gap there, but there's a large gap for the whole state, I guess is my point. Over time, looking at our school performance reports, our middle school and high school have been partially meeting every other year or occasionally, mostly based on growth because our achievement, our graduation rates tend to not get us quite to that meeting status, but we are showing growth continually, not just on the YTOP or ACT, but we are showing growth on our kind of in-house nationally normed assessments and benchmarks, which we use to kind of progress monitor and drive instruction. Our graduation rate for the 23-24 school year, there's a 1-year lag in those school performance reports. It showed a 49%, but the actual cohort that graduated last spring, it was a 76% graduation rate.
And how many students graduated?
We had 51 in that cohort. I believe there were 45 graduated last year. We only had 27 graduate this past Sunday.
Half as many.
Yeah. Our cohort was slightly smaller, but we don't have the official graduation rate yet because we have to factor in transfer rates and transfer and that sort of thing. Can you see the next slide, please?
Sure.
This slide shows how we kind of go up and down on graduation rates. One thing with being a small school, 1 or 2 students not
Makes a big difference.
graduating really throws that percentage off quite a bit. And I'd also like to point out our 5- and 6-year graduation rates. We're steadily in the 60 to 70% range for a 5 or 6 year graduation rate. We continue working with students as long as they're willing to work with us up until they are 21 years old. So sometimes there are things that happen in their lives that they need that extra time, and we provide that for them. Next slide.
I'm Deb.
Superintendent Smith.
Yeah, Superintendent Smith from Fremont 21 in Fort Washakie.
And I know your mom and dad.
And this is my 5th year being the superintendent. I've been in the district for 13 years. I was the special education director prior to this. And just for those of you that don't know me, I am an enrolled Eastern Shoshone tribal member. And I take my job, as we all do, very seriously. But for me, I have a little more skin in the fight because I'm serving family members. I'm serving members that I've known since they were born. I've known their parents. I know their grandparents. And I take this very personal. And we are making gains. It takes time. Are we happy with our proficiency rate? No. But we're doing things to help improve that. And we are seeing growth. Last year, we talked about how we had a large number of kids that we called them our bubble kids. They are right on the edge of moving from basic into proficient. And so on the YTOPS scoring, there's advanced, proficient, basic, and below basic. We had a significant amount of kids move from below basic to basic. We had the bubble kids that were basic, almost proficient, very close. And we had a small number that were at proficient or advanced. We concentrated our efforts into targeting those bubble kids to see what skills they lacked, to make sure that our teachers were following core curriculum and getting the appropriate resources. And during our interim testing, which we used the YTOP interim throughout the school year, we saw gains. And we're hoping that the YTOP data shows growth. Will we have 100% proficiency? No, but 100% proficiency is not seen statewide as well. We're hoping that our kids that were below basic become basic, that those basic kids move into proficient. And we're hoping that we see that growth this year and continually. We're going to keep trying. But I also testified previously that our kids are more than just a test score. They are more than one time. And we're doing great things in the district. We have kids that are doing great on our classroom assessments. They're doing project-based learning activities. We had the highest graduating class in our school history. We had 23 graduates. We would have had 24. Unfortunately, we lost a student. And to my knowledge, Shoshone graduated 22, so we had more graduates in Shoshone High School this year.
Yeah.
If you want to go to the next slide, some of our performance data. You know, we have 95% Shoshone and Arapaho students. We also have students that are other tribes that attend our school. We also are free and reduced lunch across the district.
Yeah, that says, I guess it says Wyoming Indian Schools, but
yeah,
that's Fort Washakie.
Yeah. Well, no.
Maybe that's more generic, a kind of
Yeah.
a generic thing, maybe.
Yeah. So one thing that we reported on last year was attendance, and I know that we have improved our attendance rate for our students. They had asked about how many kids that we had that were 5 or more unexcused absences or 20 more unexcused absences. And from last year to date, we've significantly decreased those numbers. So last year compared, we had 92% that were reported at 5 or more unexcused absences. This year, it went down to 46%.
Wow, that's a huge drop.
Last year, we had 56 students that had 20 or more unexcused. This year, we have 6%. So we are making a difference.
How are you doing that?
We are making those relationships with students. We're doing home visits. We're doing everything that we said we were doing last year. We're just doing it with more fidelity. And we are having kids wanting to come to school and wanting to stay at school.
That also explains having the biggest graduating class.
Yes.
It all fits.
Yes. And this doesn't happen overnight. It
No.
takes time. And so we, and I know I'm rambling, but I'm very
No.
passionate. We have great staff. We have staff that have been there for a number of years, and they have that buy-in with us. We have things that we're doing in the district that started before I was the superintendent, and we reevaluate. We've been working with the state. We look at things. We get school improvement grant money. We've been working with the state on how we can make improvements in our proficiency rates and things like that. And we're tightening up those systems, so we are making gains. We don't want to go to the next shiny penny or the next, program. We want to refine what we're doing, see what's working, see if we need to bring somebody else in that has a different area of expertise that maybe to fill in the gaps, but we're not going to totally scrap what we're doing and bring somebody else in to tell us what we're doing, because we know our kids and we know our staff and we know what we need to do, and we're on that path. And I communicate very frequently with the state. Call Rob, let him know what we're doing. He stops in when he's in town. I know a lot of the other WDE staff very well. And again, we are making gains. We went from accreditation with supports. Now we are accredited without supports. So that's huge. So I'll let Kirk go.
Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Kurt Mayer, Superintendent at Fremont 38. So we're a little unique in what we are at Arapahoe. We are a K-8 public school, and then we have an Arapahoe charter high school. Riverton, Fremont 25, who is here right now, they are our connecting school to where our high schoolers can go if they would like to do public education there. The charter high school was built in 2006 to hit the needs of those older students that weren't able to graduate within that 4-year window. So that was the main focus around of what the charter high school was. 4 years ago, we had about 20 students in the charter high school, and now we're at 56 right now. And we could probably take, and I believe we had 30 on the wait list to get into it. We just don't have the facilities to house them. I was able to buy 2 modulars from Natrona County to give us a little bit more room with that, using some of our impact aid funds for that. But we're continuing growing. Last year we had 14 graduate, which was the highest ever. This year, just last weekend, we had 13 graduate. Very excited about that, and we just keep growing as we go along. So that's kind of the overview of what Arapahoe does. We are a professional learning community, a PLC, so we work collaboratively together and with other districts to really focus on what are those essential standards, what do our students need to know to go on to that next level. And so that's something that we've really embraced. Former Superintendent Roy Brown is here as well, and he started that with the professional learning community, and it's been really, really great for us. We're really starting to see a lot of those advances, and as Superintendent Smith said, it's those little things that we had to focus on, especially coming out of COVID. You know, the learning loss was so great for us, being out for almost a year and a half of school. So really focusing on those below basics to get them to basic, and now focusing on the basic to get them proficient. And that's something we're seeing great strides in, like cutting those below basics in half nearly in just a couple of years. So we're really starting to see a lot of advancements in that. So it's great. Could you next one, please? So same thing like we were talking about, we are a K-8 public school here in Wyoming, and then we have the ACHS. We're starting to see, as you can see in those, especially in the ELA realm, really starting to see those growth scores go up. Math is obviously quite difficult to see those scores so quickly. If you missed out on a year of fractions, things like that, you know, that's really hard to come back onto and try to get that. So we're having to take a couple step backwards and really hitting the foundations of what math looks like. And then we're starting to see that though advance a little bit better on our end with that. We also, and we'll talk about it, it's going to come on here, but another thing that we do with our 3 schools is really focus on the culture and the language as well. So we deal with 2 different types of culture. We deal with a school culture where everybody's together and working together in that PLC process, but then also the culture of our students and our communities, and really focusing on that. And that was a huge help for us coming out of COVID and really bringing the community back together and the kids and everything like that. So that's been a huge, huge thing that we've been really focusing on since COVID. So you can go to the next one.
Anybody else? Ms. Smiley.
Chairman Case, some of the academic initiatives we've been continue to work on are our professional learning community, as Kurt said. We're really trying to build a collaborative shared leadership and give teachers the freedom to test new things. We want them to use the curriculum with fidelity, but we also know that sometimes we need to adjust that. What's written for someone on a national level doesn't always work with our population. So we really encourage teams to work together and say, okay, we want to try this new strategy to get the same content across. What can we try, and give them the opportunity to explore and try. And we've seen a lot of cohesiveness in the teams and professionalism, growth in that. And that's impacted our student outcomes with that. A focus on place-based learning and trying to find topics that are relevant to our students, whether it's how to preserve the petroglyphs out there, solid waste management, indigenous foods, how to, we kind of live in a food desert here. So how do they, we have greenhouses at every school now, and we're teaching them to cook. So giving them skills for the future and to have healthy families. We also have been working with WDE to improve our multi-tiered systems of support. So how do we improve our tier 1 initial classroom instruction? How do we improve our tier 2 and tier 3 interventions? We have a lot of paraprofessionals that are not part of the funding model that we use our impact aid money for, that we highly train these paraprofessionals to do interventions for reading and math and pull out small groups. Just we have more adults in the room to work on that. Can we go to the next slide, please? We're also really trying to train up all of our staff in early literacy strategies, and how do we take on language, both written and oral. The native language and culture are the whole piece of, do you feel like you belong in school? I mean, we still are, we still have that intergenerational trauma from the boarding school experience, and how do we make our parents feel comfortable coming into the school? We do a lot of after school activities with them, but really bringing our elders and our community members in to help teach the language, to help with learning about the natural resources of the area and how to protect them, and how they were traditionally used now in the past and how we use them now. Our career and technical education has been amazing. Thank you for the support on providing CTE for our schools. For as small as our high school is, we have an amazing CTE program. And 95% of our CTE concentrators graduate. So I really feel it does have a huge impact on our graduation rates, having these, plus they have skills when they leave. They have their OSHA certification, they have experience welding or with construction or with CAD programming and all sorts of things. So that's kind of been our focus, is how do we build that sense of community for the students and the families where everybody feels comfortable, and how do we tie in our language and culture, which we'll get to in a minute.
Next slide.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So our graduation requirement is 23 credits, and with our number of students that graduated this spring, we also had a couple of early graduates with juniors meeting that requirement, which was a first for us. We work with the professional learning communities. We do exactly what Dr. Smiley is saying. We also partner with WIN Consulting, and that is through our school improvement. And we meet with this person monthly, and he comes and observes and gets an outside perspective as to the things that we are doing daily, and provides phenomenal feedback. He does surveys with our staff, surveys with our parents to see what's working, ways that we can improve, how our culture is in our buildings, and improving that school culture helps to improve our academics focus with the students. If our teachers are there and feel comfortable and confident in what they're doing and have those relationships, we're going to make strides with academic and behavior success. Okay. Sorry, I can't see very well. We started a new teacher mentoring coaching system. We've been doing that for years, but this year we had a former staff member provide that year 2 mentoring for some teachers that really did need an extra year of getting their feet underneath them, learning how the community works, learning how to ask for help and where to go about it. And that really helps strengthen those teachers as far as their instructional practices. And we're hoping to continue with that mentoring, coaching program for both first year and second year teachers. We also do the early literacy plan. We provide professional development as well for our staff and for our paras, as well as our classified staff. We get our bus drivers training on interacting with students. There are safety concerns on the buses. There's also positive interactions with students. They're getting that kind of training to be trusting individuals for students to make connections with, as well as the other classified staff, our kitchen staff, our custodial staff, and our other support staff. We're getting those individuals trained in areas on how they can relate with students, because we're all one team. We're all important in the lives of our students. And so I think that has helped our attendance, because students have a trusted individual that make a connection, whether it be a teacher, a para, or a support staff person. We're highly involved with the multi-tier system of support through WDE, getting our Tier 1 is our core. We work with our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students that need those tiered interventions, both academically and behaviorally. We're tightening those up. We also do career and technical education. We have STEM labs in our elementary, middle school, and our high school. We do expanded project-based learning. We try and to incorporate our cultural aspects there. And we, this year, is our second year. We partnered with the Lamar Buffalo Ranch. We send 7th graders there, and they spend like 3 or 4 days of doing some intense project-based learning, and they relate it to culturally based and culturally relevant practices that the kids did presentations, and they spoke about the animals and things that they were studying, and they asked specifically staff, like, how do I say this in Shoshone? How do I say this in Arapaho? And that extended to our Teton Science School. We send our 8th graders, and that was more academically focused this year than it has been in the past, just at Teton Science School. And again, also culturally relevant. I saw some of the presentations, they were recorded, and it was really great to see our students speaking about with passion about some of the ecosystems that they studied there in the animals. And again, asking, how do you say this in Shoshone? How do you say this in Arapaho? And the students being very proud. We were fortunate to partner with the Wisconsin University in one of the dinosaur bones that was found. Our students were involved in naming that find.
Wow.
And we've been working with our high school students to restore some of those artifacts. And the Wisconsin team came to campus and worked one-on-one with our students, and then they Zoomed. We were fortunate to send a group of 4 high school students and 3 middle school students just this last month to Wisconsin and take the dinosaur artifacts with them. And they're learning how to restore those. And so that's a continuing project. And again, very culturally relevant. They had processes explained in Shoshone and Arapaho of what things meant and the parts of the dinosaur and things like that. And we're hoping to expand that over the summer to have an internship for some of our middle schools that were able to go, so that in high school, they can really get in there and start doing more work. So we're doing a lot of things for our kids to expand that learning so that they can apply what they're learning with reading, writing, math, science like that. And we're hoping And eventually that's going to carry over when it's test time.
It's pretty cool.
Oh. We partner with Solution Tree. They are the kind of the PLC, the front runners in the PLC concept.
What is
Professional Learning Communities.
There you
Yep,
go.
Yep.
We don't do acronyms. Scott, so
Yeah,
we do.
that's all we do. So,
Okay.
yep. So we were able to use some of our ESSER funds and did a 3-year forward funded with Solution Tree. So we're currently working with them, with consultants coming in to help us create our essential standards, work through our collaboration, our vertical alignment when it comes to our standards. So that's been a huge thing, like I said, for us, just moving forward and being able to collaborate together. Every Friday afternoon, our staff gets together and collaborates to work together in creating all those standards, and just to make sure that there aren't any gaps or overlaps within our curriculums. We started a computer science micro-credential program. We have co-teaching for our new teachers, especially to help them be able to, as Superintendent Smith said, to really grow into those phenomenal educators. We as well use the multi-tiered system support, really concentrating on those tier 1 and tier 2, not only in academics, but also in the social emotional learning part of it as well. And how to especially make our students that were affected by COVID, to really give them those tools to be able to, to be able to go on and move forward when it comes to interacting with others, and really focusing on that social emotional learning. We have some CTEs. We don't have nearly as much because we are the charter high school and just facilities, but we have career readiness, office procedures, interactive media, child development. We do have a childcare within our high school, and we currently have two little babies with us right now of our high school students. So we're able to utilize that. Another big thing is, and it's one of our goals, is the language. As I said, the Arapaho language, or the Hainane Adit, and the culture. So every day, every student at Arapaho gets Arapaho language. We currently employ 5 licensed Arapaho language teachers, elder aides. And so they get Arapaho language every single day. And then every Friday we have a cultural celebration. So we bring in some kind of outside people that can come in, and teach the students about their heritage. Currently right now we have a full week going on, what's called Heritage Week. So we take the students out of the classroom and we focus on different parts of the Northern Arapaho culture: tanning hides, beadwork, hand games. We go to the Arapaho Ranch, we go to the buffalo pastures, and just, really engulf them within their language and their culture. So that's been a very big thing for us, for them. So.
Chairman Case, we also offer language classes to all of our students. We have 10 certified language teachers, 9 are Northern Arapaho, and 1 Shoshone teacher. We'd like to have more Shoshone teachers, but we've advertised for about 3 years and haven't been able to fill the position. It's one of the challenges we face. We have 125 students currently enrolled in our K through 4 dual language immersion program. We pair up a gen ed teacher with a language teacher, and we're providing co-teaching training for that pairing, as well as our gen ed teacher and our special ed teachers, providing them co-teaching, coaching and support. They work together with the Arapaho and Shoshone elders and with Dr. Cowell from Colorado University in Boulder to translate materials for our students and our teachers. And all 3 of our schools have been working with the WD and the American Institute for Research to build a computer science curriculum lessons using Scratch and Scratch Junior that tie in the Arapaho and Shoshone language and culture into the coding that they're doing. And they're doing some and artwork that the students have made. And they're doing some incredible things with coding and wrapping all those things together. Next slide, please. So one of the things we were asked is how do we integrate the culture and language into it? And it's hard to say because we do it daily, we do it weekly with special blocks for projects. We have monthly cultural learning opportunities. We have our Native American Heritage Month. We have Heritage Week. We do after-school programming, not just for academic tutoring, but we have drum groups at 2 of the schools, our elementary and middle schools. We bring in outside consultants who work with them after school. We've actually had some of our coaches kind of saying, some of our track students have wanted to go to drum group instead of track.
Uh-oh.
It's been that, successful, and we've worked it out so they can do both.
Good.
And provided the transportation between the schools like they needed. We have our bumble beaters at the middle school do work after school, and it's not just about the beating or about learning the songs and the singing. It's the conversations that happen while they're doing that, and learning about, who they are and what role they play in their community and in their tribe. We have we worry about our students who, like when we have 2 weeks off for Christmas or spring break even, we worry about them having some of our students may not have enough to eat or things to do. So we've been working with our Johnson O'Malley group to provide activities during the weekends and during long holiday breaks. So we make sure they have a hot meal and they, some of it's beadwork, some of it's culturally related, and some of it's just video games or, and we just make sure they have a safe place to go. On our summer programming, we work with the U.S. Fisheries and Wildlife, the Tribal Fisheries and Wildlife, and Trouts Unlimited, State Game and Fish to, like both during the school year and during summer school, we work with them to raise trout in the classroom, and then they go out and release it. We're pairing them up with guides so they can learn about possible careers being guides after they graduate. So some of our summer programming weaves in both the natural resource piece and the culture piece. We have elders that come in and tell about the history and tell about the beliefs and the things that are happening there. We also weave in our vocabulary as much as we can, in addition to the standalone language classes. Our culture department sends out videos or provides materials to our teachers every month with a theme so they can weave that into their normal science or math lessons. Trying to think what else. We have cultural mentors that work with our staff who are not Native. So they have someone to go to ask questions. And so they can learn in a good way without offending people unintentionally. We have monthly activities so they can learn more about both tribes. We're about roughly 80% Northern Arapaho and almost 20% Eastern Shoshone, but we also have Lakota, Northern Cheyenne, Dene, Crow, Cree. We have a wide variety of tribes, so we try to also honor them as well, and help them learn about their tribes and invite their parents in as well.
And as far as Fremont 21, we do very similar activities culturally that Fremont 14 does. Although we do not have an Arapaho language teacher, we have 3 certified Shoshone teachers, but we do have staff that are Arapaho and help our students with the language. We're hoping someday to get an Arapaho language teacher as well. We do very similar activities. We're always trying to improve and grow our programming and our parental activities. We do cultural activities, we used to do it monthly. Now we do it quarterly, but we do something monthly at the school, whether it be a literacy night, and we incorporate culture that way. And then we have specific culture nights for families and community members to come in. We also require our staff to attend those culture nights because they can interact with families that way. They can learn more if they're new to our school or to the community. And then we just have staff that attend because they enjoy doing it as well. We partner with a lot of the agencies, the tribal agencies around the reservation, and I know the other districts do as well. Specifically Warm Valley, which was formerly Indian Health Service at the fort, and Wind River Cares, both for counseling, for dental, for vision and hearing, and I know the other schools do this too. We have those agencies come in and provide those hands-on screenings for our students because it's important that we have the whole child's needs met. And so if a student needs glasses, we're able to do a vision screening and refer those students on to get glasses. Sometimes we actually help get the glasses. We get funding through some private donations and agencies like Kiwanis Club. We do, next year, we're going to start a clinic in the school, and I know Wyoming Indian has been doing it to help those students that may not have access to medical care, have a physician there on site to do things and provide information as well as care. I'll let Kirk go, and then we'll talk about some areas that we still need help.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Mr. Chairman. And I had already kind of discussed this. A couple things that I did leave out. We have every third Friday in the afternoons, we have staff training. So our language teachers teach the staff as well how to use Arapaho language and the ways to use it. Obviously, signage everywhere within our school district. We also and it was initiative done by Mr. Roy Brown, Arapaho language app. There was an app that we had before, but we just upgraded it, and it's arapahoNation.org. So you can go to that. We just dropped it or presented it, and it's an ongoing process. But we have our elders come in to preserve the language, videos of them, how to break it down, how to say the words and things like that. And now every day this is being used in our classrooms by all the teachers right now. So we did that, and it's going to be a great thing that anybody can use. The other districts can use it as well. But that was a great initiative done by Mr. Roy Brown that we utilize with that when it comes to our language as well. So now we're able to preserve the Arapaho language and for all the generations to come. So that's another great thing that we've done. We also have partnered with Red Cloud Indian School, and they're ones that mentor our language teachers and creating the curriculum that our language teachers teach every day. They are a fully immersed language school, and so we make books, we do all the curriculum, all the different documents that we have, and so now we have that for years and years to come. So that's been just an amazing advancement within our language. So thank you. We can go on to the state funding one.
Okay.
Yeah, would you like us just to jump ahead to, I mean, we've kind of talked about everything else that's been on there. Just some state funding model considerations that we talked about last year, but with the Campbell County, the lawsuits and everything with us winning that, and going to come up now with the state funding model, just some things that we have to do. And first, if you don't know, we get what's called impact aid. It's
Might explain what that is, because I think some of the new members wouldn't know.
Absolutely. It's through something called NAFIS, which is National Association of Federally Impacted Schools. So because we don't get very much meal tax to our districts, we get funding through NAFIS, and we call it impact aid, to where any student that resides on Indian lands, we get funds from them. So we go twice a year, and we go to Washington, DC, and go and speak to the legislations that are there to help us. And we communicate. There's 3 different levels of NAFIS. We're what's called NISA. So we're Indian lands. There's also bases, military bases, and what's the third one? Yeah. And so that's where we get some of our funding to help to get these different things right here. So counselors, we're partially funded for counselors, nurses, SROs, our cultural staff, our language teacher. We use that funding to supplement that. So we use what we get from the state funding model, but then we have to supplement it with impact aid. So.
And
keep
just,
going.
the Indian schools aren't the only schools that get impact aid funds. Cheyenne actually gets some impact aid funds from having the military base there. So impact aid funds are not part of the Wyoming funding model. They're above and beyond. They're significant resources that are, available. In some sense, it's a payment in lieu of taxes, but that's not exactly the right word. So anyway, keep going.
So you're correct in that. Also because our schools on the reservation do not have that tax-based economy. So when Fremont County schools, when we go and meet with the county assessor's office, we get a small percentage of what the mill levies and the taxes that go into Fremont County as a whole. Our reservation districts receive a very small portion of the monies that would go to, say, Riverton, Lander, Du Bois. They get in Shoshone, they get significant monies from the taxes that are collected countywide. So impact aid is huge for us, and we're all been very worried about the funding, if it's going to be there in the future. And it's a forward funding model, and it still has not been fully funded since it started way back in the 60s. So we're very fortunate to have that additional funding, but with it, we fund our culture teachers, we fund our paraprofessionals, we fund activities that our students would not have the opportunity to participate in if we didn't have this funding. Athletics are huge for all of our schools to engage kids in wanting to come and have something to do. We don't charge fees to play for our students, but it's also very competitive as far as getting coaches that want to stay and coach, and the traveling. And we all now have high school teams, like Wyoming Indian has had a high school team forever. We are now having high school teams at the varsity level. And so that's takes more money for coaching and for travel and for uniforms and all of that stuff. Instructional facilitators and coaches, those were taken out of the funding model, and the instructional coaches were put back in. Those are essential for our districts. Assistant or vice principals, we don't get funding for that. And so therefore, like, we had to cut that position a few years ago because of partially due to funding. There's a lot on there. Our homeschool coordinators, McKinney-Vento, we get limited funding for that. Although it's federal programs, we are required to do it. On the next slide, we have the request for support. So we meet fairly frequently and have for several years. We would just like to request, that there's consider appropriations for positions that are critical to our student achievement that are outside that model.
And Superintendent Smith, would this be fair? These are requests for support from the state of Wyoming that you're
Yes.
giving us today? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And wraparound services to address social, emotional, mental health needs. COVID hit our schools on the reservation and statewide very hard, but specifically for us, we're seeing students have more needs for counseling. Behaviors have increased. We're having students disclose information about things that they've experienced as a result of COVID, or being home and isolated and not being able to attend school. And it's hard. We're trying to find counselors, and I know that's across the United States that is taking a toll, but we do really need those services here. And again, we're working with the agencies that are available to us, but they themselves have difficulty finding appropriate staff. So we're just hoping to get funding, more funding, so that we can attract those type of individuals that are willing to commit to being here for our students. We're seeing an increase. I'm speaking, I guess, on everybody, but I know that vaping has been an issue. And we're starting to see it at younger levels because there's more access to vapes, and the way that kids are being targeted for vapes with the different flavors and things like that, it's huge. And I know, like in Fremont County, there's some shops that have opened in Lander and Riverton, and we're seeing the effects, and it's awful. Kids, they don't know what they're doing to their bodies at such a young age. It smells like strawberry. They think it's candy,
How
and it's
young,
not.
how young are some of the
We
users?
had a kindergartner bring a vape to school.
Really?
Yeah. And we called home. Parent did not know that the student had it. And you have to be over 18 to purchase this, but it's still happening. Now we're seeing vapes that are laced with THC. So we're seeing that increased use, and it's across the state. It's not just in our schools, but I know that is a huge problem. So we need help with probably programming to inform students of the bad things that can happen to them and their bodies if they're using this. Tribal court liaison for attendance, that's huge for us. We have a small percentage of families of students that really truly have attendance issues. And I know that's, we can probably count on our hands. We know which kids are going to be late or aren't going to be coming to school. And we also need help through the courts on us. We used to have a funded position, and we no longer have that position.
And that's through tribal courts.
To help all of the schools on the reservation with our families. We talked about maybe having incentives for attendance rather than punitive consequences. Again, school counseling, we need those at the school, at the clinical, on sites. We have talked about before, the legislative mandates, the state mandates on testing, compliance versus performance. We wanted to prioritize early intervention. We all have preschools at our districts, but we also partner well with our local Head Start, tribal Head Starts, and our tribal preschools in the area. Job Corps has helped all of our districts and some of our graduates that go down a different path rather than a traditional diploma. They could get a GED or earn their diploma at Job Corps. That now is questionable if the funding is going to continue for that program, and that does impact us. The 5th year and 6th year graduation rate, we have students that take a little longer to graduate. They're counted as dropouts. They are not counted as graduates because it's in that cohort. We still celebrate them. We still provide support to them, but again, it's counted against us. We've talked about having a diploma rather than a certificate of completion for students on IEPs, because we do have students that with IEPs that are able to graduate with their cohort with the supports that they have in place. And we do have students that take a little longer, and we do have students that graduate without that diploma, and they are generally students that take the alternative standards as well, and know going in that the programming and the instruction that they're taking, they will not get a regular diploma, but they will get a certification of completion. But we want that to be very specific and not for all IEP students, but for those students that truly could not earn a regular diploma. I talked about this last year, establishing an Office of Indian Education within the Department of Education. I know other states have this, Montana, South Dakota. It would be great if Wyoming had that. I know Rob Black is great, and he's very supportive, but if we had an office where we had more resources that could help our schools, that would be a great asset. And then facilities, we need, funding for facilities. Again, on the reservations, we don't have that tax base. And so when we have to ask for funding for facilities, we have to go through the School Facilities Commission, and a lot of times we can't match funds. If we do, it's a significant hit to our general fund or our impact aid monies. A new high school at Fremont 38 is on the wish list. We've been wanting a new bus barn forever at Fremont 21, and a new middle school at Fremont 14. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thanks for all of that. That was great. Committee, let's have some questions from the committee. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your presentations. You covered a lot. I got a few things that I want to mention or ask about. In terms of the Arapahoe Charter School, how long does that transition? I mean, obviously you're going to look at a Arapahoe High School, right? How long does that process take?
Mr. Mayers.
To build a new school, or
Excuse me?
to build a new school, or to get on the list for it, or?
No, just to the transition from a charter school to a regular high school.
So we would not, we would try to become a unified school district K through 12, and then also still have the Arapahoe Charter High School, because it serves the purpose of what we do of those later on graduates. So what we'd like to see is to become a K through 12 school district, public school district, as well as continue in the Arapahoe Charter High School.
Another question regarding truancy. I know there's a list there of stuff that's needed in the reservation schools, and I know truancy has been an ongoing issue for decades. You know, we tried to tackle it a few years ago. Is there anything in the law and order code incorporated in terms of truancy? So the reservation schools are just kind of developing their own policy regarding that.
Yeah, there is a state statute. We've tried to change it before, and that was an effort of this committee, particularly Chairwoman Ellis. But it wasn't really a good fit for the reservation, I will say that. And it'd be nice if there was something in the law and order code. Yeah.
Well, it's also good to see the efforts on cultural methods of teaching, and sounds like you were making headway on some of that. And I realized that the curriculum in schools is very tight, you know, and how you incorporate it into the regular science efforts of the school or whatever. So it's good to see some progress there. As Superintendent Smith mentioned, is, you know, the closer the studies, we've been studied over and over again as tribal people. But it's good to see that, to note that those students that are more exposed to their culture and tradition, our culture and tradition, have a better rate, a success rate in school. So I'm glad you guys are making progress in that. My last question, Mr. Chairman, is how big of a retirement now? Is that a big issue with with some of them leaving
Teachers,
and
you
new
mean?
ones coming in? And for
Teachers
the
and
most
staff.
part, most of the new teachers are not from here. So there has to be exposure if they're working on reservation schools. And then
Please.
Yes, absolutely. We're seeing, you know, we are getting to that point of retirement for a lot of people. And just the lack of people in education going to school. The University of Wyoming graduated one secondary math teacher last weekend. One.
Wow.
Out of the entire thing. Yeah. So we're really seeing that, just the number of people that are going into the education world right now, because it is tough right now. Education is tough, long hours, the things that are put on us, all the regulations and things. So it's becoming a hard place to go into. So we are seeing that, and that's starting to come up. But luckily, the state is doing some different ways to get people certified and being able to do that. So we are getting a little bit of help there when it comes to it.
Anybody else? Anybody in the committee? Online? I might have a couple. I'm guessing that the arrangement that we have in Wyoming with the state providing schools within the reservation to Native students is not unusual across the country, but it's not normal either. I think most reservations are more exclusively BIA-driven schools or different types of schools. So in some ways, this is a success story for all of us. I think that it's a commitment to the state and it's a commitment of tribal people to have this partnership. And I'm really pleased with how you have been able to adapt kind of the state model to cultural significance of Native people and the special needs. And I'm pleased that I generally hear that you find the state to be supportive in general. I suspect there are shortcomings to that, and I did see your wish list according and including maybe an agency within the Department of Education. I just think we should celebrate that. That's really a huge thing about our partnership. It's probably the biggest partnership that the state of Wyoming and tribal people have, probably. And you know, that's to be celebrated. As I look at, it seems that the situation is evolving with respect to our federal partners in education. And I'm wondering what kind of implications are there, for example, with the elimination of the Department of Education or cuts in federal funding. What are the implications of that? Perhaps that's going to hit schools that are more reliant on a non-state partnered system than our schools. But I would like to know what those issues are with the transitions happening at the federal level. Are you seeing that? Superintendent Smith, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry for the long question.
That's okay. I know we are all nervous about the direction that we're going on the federal level. And with the Department of Education going away, you know, that was huge for us, especially when we were out there in Washington advocating on behalf of our schools in the state for our impact aid dollars. We had that discussion, like, if the Department of Education is going away, can you please put impact aid in either the Department of Defense, the Department of Interior, or Health and Human Services? We need to know where that's going to land, because our impact aid dollars do not flow through our state agency through WDE. It flows directly to our school districts.
Right.
And so that's huge for us. And because the Department of Defense has a say in it, we think that our funding for our Indian lands is okay. Thank goodness. But the other areas that are concerned is we are all, you know, free and reduced lunch schools. We rely on that type of funding. We rely on our Title I funding, our Title II funding, our Title IV funding, and other fundings that are those model grants. And if those all are combined into one, that affects us dramatically. We can't provide some of the programming and resources without those funding, without that funding. And it's scary. It's very scary. Our free and reduced population, are we going to have enough funding to provide meals? We provide breakfast and lunch. We also provide food to go home with kids on the weekends. If that's slashed, you know, that's going to be having to come out of our general fund. Are we going to have enough to sustain that over the years? Our Title I monies for our district, and I'm pretty sure probably for the other ones, that goes for salaries to fund Title I teachers that are specifically providing reading and math interventions for our students. And if we don't have that money, we won't have those positions. We won't be able to get some of the resources and curriculum materials that we need. Our Title II funding, that's specific to professional development for our staff. If we don't have that, how are we going to train staff? How are we going to keep up on best practices and instruction and relevant training for social and emotional, for anything within our schools. Our Title IV, those funds are separated into three major categories. Technology is a component of it. Technical careers, I'm just drawing a blank right now.
You guys have to
School
count so
safety.
much in your
Yeah.
heads, I tell you.
School safety, balanced curriculum, that's where I
Uh-huh.
was going with that. Which is a lot of, we use for our STEM labs and to supplement other programming. Again, if that is thrown into a big pot, you know, we can't designate where we want that. It's going to be disastrous for us. It
Mhm.
really is. And so we're very worried. We're very worried about things. We get emails pretty much every day from NIEA, the National Indian Education Association, and about what's going to happen with funding for them. Like with their, you know, are we going to have that resource? And I know we're not a BIE school, but it does affect us. And Head Start, you know, Head Start's on the chopping block. Head Start is huge for our tribal communities.
Right.
I'm a former Head Start teacher.
And
My mom-
almost all your students start in Head Start,
Correct.
right?
I mean, yep, correct. That's huge. You know, growing up, I thought everybody went to Head Start,
Mhm.
you know, because that's just how it is. If that goes away, our children are going to have another barrier coming into school of not being prepared. So, I mean, it's huge, and I get very nervous.
I bet.
When we went to Washington, you could feel the tension in the air
Yep.
about things. And I always feel like we're fighting not just for my school, but for our schools, for all of the students on the reservation. And we come together and we say that. And I would really hope that people would come and visit us. We invite them to come and visit our schools because it's a beautiful place. We live in one of the most beautiful countries here in Fremont County. And we're very proud of our students. We're very proud of our staff. We're making gains. And it's not easy. Education across the nation is not an easy field to be in. It's harder when you have less resources. It's harder when you have more obstacles, but it's a fight that we're all willing to take. And it's something that we're very passionate about. And seeing our graduates on Sunday was awesome. When I started in the district in Fremont, my home district, those kids were kindergartners. And I've watched them go all the way through. And it was amazing to see that some of them are already taking college classes. Some of them are going on to have jobs. And we know kids that graduate from Wyoming Indian. I know kids that graduate from Arapaho because I used to work there as well. I mean, we celebrate our kids reservation wide.
For sure.
So
I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, if we could keep our finger on the pulse of this particular issue. It's just, in fact, if the Department of Education, if that's successfully eliminated, then the impact aid funding to make sure that someone that's been picked up in some manner. And, you know, the Department of Defense would be a good partner on that. I'm wondering, Mr. Black, and I don't mean to call you up again or anything, but is the State Department of Education aware of this and keeping track? And I'm looking also to our federal partners with the senators' offices and Congresswoman Hageman, you know, to make sure that we've kind of got an angle on what's happening to make sure that perhaps at least impact aid will be salvaged throughout the whole process. And I don't know if anybody wants to address that at a later time or whatever, but I think that's something useful we could do as a committee, is to try to bring those connections. Appreciate you bringing it to us. Anything else from the committee? I've got one that's really broad. I know that integrating cultural instruction and immersion and identity and learning is so important. I understand that it's important. Can we do we have definitive ability to show that it's creating results? And I think there must be results. There must be positive results. Certainly, we're doing more of it than we did a decade ago. Can we see student achievements better than a decade ago? Or are other factors working against us? You know, I know you have a hard time keeping people in school when they reach about 12 years old or about that age when they get a little rebellious. So have there been definitive studies? We don't know. We think it's happening, helpful, and we can see it, but we don't have proof. That'd be fair to say. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. That's not a reason to get rid of it. I'm not advocating to get rid of it or anything. I'm just saying it's hard to figure out what works. Yeah. Did you have a question, Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you. I really learned a lot today and also developed about 90 questions, of course, which I won't go into right now, but I would like to come and visit you. If I could get your cards, I'll make that, because while you all represent a population of tribal members, nevertheless, different districts and different needs. I was wondering, just one thing, if you could, somebody could, well, actually two, with the curriculum, at districts usually have publishers that have created a curriculum based on the standards, and then they do that. Do you supplement that with, you were talking about paras doing interventions and things like that. So do you supplement those curriculums with where the student needs are? Do you find that the curriculums are pretty successful? Or because I know we go through different trends. And then my second question would be, well, I'll ask that when you're done.
Who wants to tackle that one?
We both can. We just had this discussion yesterday with our admin, our building leadership team, and we had a board meeting last night. We are looking into looking at some different core curriculum materials, because we're finding 5 years ago when we had a curriculum review for our ELA, and then we had a curriculum committee review our math, and we adopted new curriculum. We're finding now that it's coming time, it's not meeting our needs. And so, you know, we look at research-based programs, research-based curriculum and materials, and vendors will try and sell you everything under the sun, guaranteeing success. And we have to be very choosy. And we get input from our kindergarten teachers all the way up to our 12th grade teachers. And we align with the standards and things like that as well. So, and trends come and go, like you say, with certain things. And, you know, math is a whole new way to teach math. It's blows my mind. And I'm a math person. I like math. So I know every district has curriculum committees and has a rotation and to go in depth as to how you look at it and how you vet those programs and materials to see if they are a good fit. We do end up supplementing when we know things aren't working. And right now that's what we've been doing. And we're trying to, again, with that MTSS process, streamline it so we're more on page with, if this isn't working, we try this. And if that needs a little boost, we do this. But it's not a free-for-all, because then we wouldn't be able to track data as accurately. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative Ottman, we also do the research on, you know, looking at the EDU reports and other research-based things to see whether or not it's been vetted at a national level. The hard part is it doesn't always meet our needs. So part of it is helping our teachers, giving them more prep time if possible, or bringing in outside help, or instructional facilitators help a lot with that, as well as like, how do we scaffold up so that students can access that grade level content? How do we differentiate when you have 20 students in the room And especially math is probably the toughest because they have such different gaps. You know, if you missed 2 weeks because of some family emergency, trying to make sure they get caught up when they get back. But sometimes those gaps grow over time if you're chronically absent. So that it gets tricky. And not only supplementing and trying to scaffold, we're also looking at like our social studies curriculum. We're always concerned about, are they presenting the information in a way that's culturally responsive or sensitive? You know, Manifest Destiny and Christopher Columbus and Abraham Lincoln and Thomas Jefferson, while they did great things, there were also horrible things that happened at the same time. So how do you do that sometimes those textbooks are written from one perspective, and how do you supplement that in a way that students can compare those perspectives and kind of internalize and deal with the trauma that is still handed down over generations. So it's a complex thing, and we do the best we can, and that's part of the beauty of the professional learning community is building up teachers' strengths and giving them the supports they need and the freedom they need within bounds. So it's not a free for all, like she said, but how do we work as a team to build that together? Because one person can't do it all. We don't have the background and we don't have the time. So we're really trying to build up our teams and work together to supplement it, both the academic side and the historical side.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I am conscious of the time, so we'll let you get a follow-up for sure. And then we do need to get Fremont 25 on the table. I hope you guys would stick around. Particular, Senator Salazar has expressed an interest to talk to you offline. So your next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will make it quick. So, but when I was looking down through here, it looked as though a lot of the populations in the schools were 2 to 3 to 400, and then the teaching staff seemed to be about 8 to 1. So I didn't know where, if that was actual classroom teachers, if that was a lot of these supplemental language teachers, and then also if you could explain to me the difference between per pupil operating revenues and per pupil foundation program funding. Are they different? And maybe it's something that you need to follow up with later. Thank you.
Ms. Smith.
I know for us, our elementary population is 240. And so the adult to student ratio takes into account all of the support staff, not just teachers. So we have paras not in every classroom, but at every grade level. Hopefully there's 2 or more, and we have 3 grades per span. And so we are fortunate that way to have some small class sizes. However, we have to supplement that funding for those paras with impact aid. The funding model provides a certain amount of money towards teacher salaries, towards instructional paras. They'll designate how many they think you have based on your population and the building size. And we are finding that based on the monies that we get from the state per the foundation model, we have to subsidize those wages through our general fund or through our grant money. So that's the funding per operation is different. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then as far as like for any position, counselors, nurses, superintendents, our admin staff, you get a certain money, a certain designated amount of money per position. And then we have our salary schedules and they're different. So we have to make up that imbalance.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate everything. Stick around. Let's hear from District 25 and then we'll take a break. Welcome. A new hat. How are you, Mr. Brown?
I'm great. How are you, Mr. Chairman?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Who wants to start?
So I'll introduce myself. I'm Jody Ibaugh. I'm the superintendent at Fremont County School District number 25.
Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Thanks. And my name is Roy Brown. I am the Director of Native American Education at Fremont 25.
Great.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm familiar with the challenges of trying to keep the meeting on time as a chairman. So if you don't mind, we'll give you some highlights of our data. You can certainly ask any questions. We can go
You
deeper
bet.
into that. And then we'll get to some of our programming and operations. So
That sounds like a good plan.
Thank you. On our show, you'll see that we have our mission, vision, and goals. Those are self-explanatory. We just provided those to you so that you knew the overarching strategies that our district is putting in place. And Mr. Brown will provide you with some of our data.
Yes, so on this slide, you'll see our demographics. So currently in this school year, we have 7 physical schools and a virtual school educating pre-K through 12th grade students. In terms of our ADM, we have over 2,000 students. This is a snapshot. So on this day, we had 2,314 students.
Wow.
And one of the things that will be a theme in our presentation is our total Native American student counts and how we arrive at that number. So you've heard the Department of Education mention our the number of Native American students that we have in our school district. However, what that captures is students who identify as Native American and no other race. So how we count our Native American students is any student who identifies as Native American, regardless of if it's a single race or more than one race. So we'll talk a little bit more about that and how that might impact some of our data and how we analyze it. So our total Native American student count of self-identified students identifying as Native American is 710. So that's about 30% of our student body. And then we have a couple of different other numbers that's for which we receive funding. So Title VI is our Indian Education Grant. It's a formula grant provided under the Department of Education. And we count students who
U.S. Department of Education.
Yes, the U.S. Department of Education. And we count students who complete a 506 form certifying that that the student is a member of a tribe, their parents, or their grandparents. And we had 620 of those students. And then for the JOM student count, they don't have to have a 506 form in place, but they do have to meet one of those same qualifications. So we have 647 of those students.
What is JOM?
Johnson O'Malley. It is a program funded under the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Department of Indian Education.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Our next slide shows our graduation rates. You can see the numbers there for 4-year, 5-year, and 6-year for the 21-22 cohorts, and then the 4-year and 5-year for the 22-23 cohorts. And then last year's graduation rate is at the bottom line there. So
these are just Native students? Yeah.
So the table on the left is American Indian or Alaska Native.
Got it.
And that's under the reporting for both the feds and the state department. And on the right are students who are identified as 2 or more races.
Thank you.
So theoretically, this is any race or any 2 or more races. Not all of these students identify as Native American. They could be, for example, white and Latino or Black and American Indian. But what we see is that last year's graduation, we recognized 31 Native American graduates. And you see under American Indian or Alaska Natives, we had 14 graduates, but under 2 or more races, we had 17. So what that tells us is that of last year's graduating seniors, 17 of those were 2 or more races, and all of them identified as Native American and another race. So that totals our 31 graduates we recognized last year. The next slide just has the snapshots of last year's 4-year graduation rates. And you can, just as a comparison, of our overall graduation rate of 63.4, and then our Native American of 28.6, and then 2 or more races which is a 68% graduation rate. So when we combine the Native American students and two or more racist students, of which we know all of those identify as American Indian or Native American, we arrive at a graduation rate of about 42%.
Interesting.
Yeah. And just to provide more, some historical data, these are snapshots of our graduation rates from the year prior, and then the 21-22 cohort as well. You can see both all of the categories have fluctuated over the last 3 years. Okay. The next few slides give some YTOP results. These are going to be broken down into just American Indian or Alaska Native on the first couple of slides, and then again on two or more races. So for American Indian or Alaska Native, you can see there's quite a bit of fluctuation in the overall numbers throughout the grade levels. We see elementary students typically perform better on the YTOP than middle school and high school students. We don't think that's typically uncommon. I think we see generally a little bit of a dip, no matter what the student identifies as. But we definitely see that trend over the course of a number of years for our Native American students. The next slide gives a bit of a snapshot in terms of just comparing district totals versus Native American totals. So you see 55% of our district is proficient or advanced in ELA in elementary schools, compared to 32% of Native Americans. Math is typically, you see this pretty frequently in Native communities where math is something that our students don't test well on. You can see it in both the reservation schools, and it's true here at Fremont 25 as well. So you see our proficiency at the elementary level for Native students is 26% compared to 52% at the district, and then only 10% at the high school level compared to 42% at the district. The next couple of slides shows the two or more races. So the thing to keep in mind about this is a lot of these students are Native American, or identify as Native American, but not all of them do. So it's a little difficult to disaggregate this data to know specifically how many of these students are Native American and another race versus two or more races that are not Native American. But you can see the test scores of this group of students as well. And these students typically perform closer to the district average.
Right.
So you see at the elementary level for ELA, it's a 55% district average of proficient or advanced, and a 51% for the two or more races. For math, there's still that achievement gap in terms of the district level versus the two or more races level, but the two or more races category of students are performing better at the math YTOP than our Native American students only.
So this slide shows our attendance data. We took a little different view of this. Rather than give you an overall picture of our average attendance rate for our Native American student population is 82%. We broke it down into how many days of school students have missed. We did that K5, 6, 8, and 9, 12. So you can see on the attendance data up above that we have 10 students in grades K through 5 who miss 50 or more days of school, 37 students who miss 30 to 49 days, and 49 students who miss 20 to 29 days.
Makes it rough to teach, isn't it? Doesn't
It does. It does. So, and then you will see that's out of a total of 226 students. And then in 6th through 8th grade, those numbers are also high, as well as in the high school. So that is impactful. It is not only our Native American students that we're seeing this trend with, but that's the data that we're providing you with today.
So this is just Native American.
This is
students.
just Native American students, yes. Our Fremont County School District number 25 re-enrollments. So this is data that I don't know if this committee has been presented before. What happens in Fremont County frequently is a student will enroll in Fremont 25, they'll drop in Fremont 25, they'll enroll in Fremont 1, Fremont 25, 20, one,
You name
whatever, you name it, and then they'll come back. So I pulled this enrollment data. Had I thought more about it ahead of time, I would have dug into it a little bit deeper to give you the number of days that they were actually unenrolled, because a student will drop and then we lose track of, and with all of our districts. So we're working hard as a Fremont County Superintendent's group to get back on the same page with how we track students and where they're at. If they drop our school, following up to make sure that they have enrolled somewhere else.
Would it be typical that there's a time off in between the
Yes.
drop and re-enrollment?
Yes, and so that's the other data that I would have liked to have pulled,
Right.
but didn't think of it in time to gather that for today.
Fair enough.
So you can see in grades K through 5 that we don't have as many drops and re-enrollments, but 2 to 3 over there from the time they start school with us. During their whole time period, we have 14 students who drop 2 to 3 times and then would re-enroll.
Within a year?
No, this would be within the time period that they've been enrolled in our district
Okay, since the beginning,
since the beginning,
multiple grades.
multiple grades. So our, you'll see that our number of re-enrollments, we have 168 students in grades K through 5 that have just stayed with us. And this is only our Native American students, does not include any others, as that's what you've asked us to present on today. Our grades 6 through 8, you can see that our number of re-enrollments increase, and then at the high school as well. This is not as high a number as I thought it was going to be when I pulled the data, but it is still impactful and will make a difference when the superintendents get together to collaborate on ensuring that we're communicating about the students that are transitioning from school to school.
Now, some places in the country, they actually don't allow flexibility like we do with respect to re-enrollment, right?
Correct.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is different in other places.
One of the things the committee asked us to present on is obstacles to student achievement. So we have brainstormed some of the things that are impacting us at Fremont 25. And the first thing that we wanted to mention was cultural awareness and understanding. I would venture that Fremont 25 probably has the least homogeneous student body in the state. We have 30% Native American student enrollment. Not only that, we have other students that are represented from other races as well, and coming from lots of different social economic backgrounds. And so a teacher might have a class size of 20 that has 7 Native American students, 2 other non-white students, 2 students who, have significant wealth, 2 students who, are living in poverty. So they're tasked with having to teach all of these students in a way that's impactful and meaningful to them. So having cultural awareness and understanding is a big task for them to tackle. And so we see that as a potential obstacle to student achievements. Not only that, even when we're talking about our Native American student population, we have, the last time I checked, 32 different tribes represented within our student body. Now, the vast majority of those are Northern Arapaho or Eastern Shoshone, but even in our graduating class that we had on Sunday, we had tribal members from Choctaw, Sault Ste. Marie of Chippewa Indians, Northern Cheyenne, and Cherokee, and other tribes that weren't identified. So even within our Native student body, we have a number of different tribes that are represented.
Would it be fair to say that those number of tribes that are represented, their families are still here? They originate here. They're not coming from Oklahoma or anything like that.
I think most of them are, but we definitely do have a handful that have traveled or have moved from different areas. So
interesting.
That have grew up in that area in those tribal communities and now find themselves here. Also, the meaningful communication with the families has been something that we've been working on. We find that families communicate differently and receive communications in all different forms. And so a standardized form of communication may not work as well for our district as it works for others. So we're looking at ways to make that more impactful and ways that we communicate with families so that they can understand the importance of education. Standardized measures of student achievements I think that's been something that's been brought up by the other districts. When we look at some of the data, we sometimes tend to look at them as the only measurement that is impactful or meaningful to us. But we know, and our educators know, that our students are a whole person, and we look at a holistic view of that. So it is sometimes difficult to present on achievement and growth when we look at YTOP or graduation rates or FastBridge scores. The other thing that we've been trying to crack to take a stab at, just as on the community level, is just the overall emphasis of the value of education as a community. We find that particularly our Native American students don't value things like standardized tests as much as other folks. It doesn't impact grades. It's not something that a student is going to be held back on. So it is just one day of testing, and one day out of 171 days is not something that they place a lot of emphasis on. So trying to turn that tide is something that we're looking at, but we do think that that might have an impact on the data that we're presenting. To address these obstacles of student achievements, we wanted to talk a little bit more about our programming that we have at Fremont 25. So we do have a Native American Education Department. I'm fortunate to be the director of that. That is a new position from last October is when I started at Fremont 25. Under the Native American Education Department, we have 4 different programs or funding streams. You'll see them listed in the green on this table. The first is the Title VI Indian Education Grant. I mentioned that is a grant from the U.S. Department of Education, and it provides funding on a formula basis based off of your student count of Native American students. And so we receive over $200,000 every year for that. With that funding, we fund 2 positions and half of the director position. So we have 2 Native American student advocates, and they're responsible for providing support to students and families, enhancing cultural education, as well as advocating for a well-rounded education for all of our students. In addition to that, through our partnership with Fremont 38, we have a high school transition program for students who reside within the Fremont County School District 38 boundaries. So they count those students, they actually pay tuition to Riverton High School to educate those students. In return, they're allowed to count them on their impact aid application. And we receive half of that money that they receive for those students. So they keep half, they send half to us. With that half, we fund the transition program. Currently, there are 3 positions funded under that. We have 2 academic coaches at the high school, as well as an Arapaho language teacher at the high school. The Arapaho language teacher this semester is providing 1 course. Next school year, they'll provide 2 classes of Arapaho education. And our academic coaches work with those students, and there's about 36 students enrolled in that program. The goal is to make sure that they're transitioning from a school that's small in student body, like Arapaho Middle School, into a student body of about 700 students. So we really try to look out for those students and provide them what they need and provide support for them. The Johnson O'Malley program is funded by the Bureau of Indian Education. It is a pass-through from the Northern Arapaho tribe. We count our Native American students, and they provide a proportionate funding to us. That funding goes to our Indian Education Parent Committee for Johnson O'Malley, and that parent committee is actually the one that determines how that funding is spent. So for the past several years, they've funded an incentive program for our Native American student graduates by providing them an honorarium of a star quilt upon graduation. And the last program under the department is our Impact Aid program. We receive a fraction of what the reservation schools receive, but our Impact Aid, because within our district, we have two housing developments that are tribal or Indian lands. And those students, as well as a handful of other students that live on Indian lands, we're able to count and receive funding for them because those properties are not taxed. With that funding, we provide half the salary of the director position, as well as a family resource advisor. The family resource advisor emphasizes student attendance and collaboration with families to address unmet needs. So we have all of those programs and those staffing under our Native American Education Department at Fremont 25.
Under your direction.
Yes. In terms of cultural methods of teaching, we have emphasized professional development this year. So this August, I presented a presentation on working with Native American students. It was a training offered to all teachers during in-service in August. In addition to that, myself or others went into classrooms to provide lessons on Indian education for all. And so our goal is that if a teacher doesn't have that content knowledge, we'll provide it and the teacher and the students can learn so that eventually the teacher will be able to provide those lessons themselves. We also bring in cultural consultants to provide lessons on cultural components. These lessons are available to all of our students. So one example that we just had Mondays, we have a mobile planetarium in our rendezvous school. And we had all of our fifth grade come in for a short period of time. And we had a consultant come in to tell stories about our Arapaho traditions. So she told a story on Ba'a, which is the origin of the Milky Way, as well as Wachninan, which is the origin of the Little Dipper. So all fifth grade students, not just Native American students, were able to hear those stories while looking at the visual in the planetarium. So it was a really neat experience, and I think all of our students really enjoyed it. We also have cultural enrichment events that promote Native American culture. We also have multicultural clubs, both at RMS and RHS. And then we are really trying to find ways to honor student achievement in culturally responsive methods. So for example, honoring our graduates at graduation by providing them with the Star Quilt is something that is culturally meaningful and I think incentivizes that achievement.
Excellent.
All right. And the last, just to mirror some of the things that the other districts talked about in terms of supports for cultural methods of teaching and enhancing student development or achievements. In order to support the Indian Education for All Act, which all districts now are responsible for implementing, we would suggest establishing district accreditation criteria for implementation. We've talked about that with the Department of Education in our Native American Education Cabinet. And we just think that if all districts are held accountable to making sure that they're implementing that, that would go a long way in supporting student achievements. We also would suggest partnering with the PTSB to require either PD or teacher training in Indian education for certification or recertification. I know the University of Wyoming is starting that process now, but we have a number of teachers who have not went to University of Wyoming for their degree. And so we think it's important for all teachers to have some training in Indian Ed for All. And then the other thing that our parents keep asking, I get this question every time we have a parent meeting, is what's happening to our funding with DEI and eliminating DEI? And I think the state legislature did a great job at making sure that was explicitly excluded under the DEI restrictions under the bill that passed. And so just reiterating and affirming that so that that's public knowledge that Indian education is not a racial classification, it's a political classification. And so helping folks understand that, I think, will go a long way in making sure that that Native American education is emphasized and continues. And then one of the other things that was mentioned that has been a talking point for quite some time is providing funding to establish a statewide Department of Indian Education within the Wyoming Department of Ed. We think that would help support not only the schools here in this community or in this county, but I think a lot of districts are looking for assistance and help, and we think that would really emphasize the importance of Indian Ed for All, as well as Native American education in general.
Okay, thank you. Well done. Questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation this morning. Now, the student count is higher in District 25 than any other districts. Now, I say you got 710, but the actual number is probably just 620, right? In terms of self-identification. And, because I know with JOM students, you have to provide a certificate of Indian blood to be eligible for that. Is that a closer number, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown?
Yes, well, our self-identified student count is the 710. That's just in terms of our student information system of when they register, if they check the box of American Indian. But you're correct in the sense that our the number of students who are eligible to be enrolled is probably just over 600. I think for JOM or for the Title VI, we have 620. So we know that those students either are enrolled themselves or have a parent or grandparent.
Anybody else? Any other questions? I wanted to ask this question to all the superintendents and everybody, but we talked about the disappearance of the Federal Department of Education and the implications there. There's also a program in Wyoming. We passed a very enhanced voucher system for students and families to be able to take advantage of $7,000 per child. And I'm wondering what the implications are of that for schools in Fremont County, both on and off the reservation, as that plays out. Are they beginning to see any effects of that, or what will be the long-term trend and impact of that program?
So we have not yet, Mr. Chairman, seen the impacts of that.
Right.
And won't know the impacts of that until we're well within next year, probably. We already have quite a few homeschool students in our district. I don't foresee it increasing too much based on that, but there is that possibility that families will feel that that resource is going to make them be better prepared to educate their own students at home. And time will tell what that impact is for us.
Do you think it will have more or less impact on Native families making those choices?
I think generally, Mr. Chairman, I think it will have less of an impact. I think a lot of our Native families are making the choice to send their students to a school that is offers culturally responsive education through Arapaho language or Shoshone language. And we've actually seen that in Fremont 25 is a lot of our some of our families want to go to an elementary school or a middle school that offers an indigenous language instruction. And we don't currently offer that. So I think for our Native families, until there's a educational agency that offers those that might charge tuition, we probably won't see that much of an impact.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the time today. We're going to take a well-deserved break. We'll take 10 minutes and we'll come back. We'll pick up higher education and
Not much hair.
Let's see, the hair varies. Generally, the trend is not good, though. All right. Let's get, all right, Mr. Chairman's gonna get a cup of coffee and we're gonna get going again. So, let's go ahead. Who's gonna start us off? Mr. Smith,
I
welcome.
am Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes.
Mike Smith with the university, for the record. I'm just going to introduce the topic very quickly. Our goal today is to get you as close to back on schedule as we can.
That's a good goal.
So really, we're going to focus our comments, and the reason we can be so brief is really on the financial aid questions that were in the LSO invitation. But as always, want to let the committee know we're always happy to bring our programmatic folks with us and kind of walk through some of the great efforts that are happening on campus around the Native American Education Research and Research Center, and various efforts. And maybe if it works for your agenda, we can have that presentation in October, sometime over the interim, if that's of interest
And
to the folks.
I think there's a possibility we may be holding a meeting down that way,
Great.
maybe at the university.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
We would look forward to hosting you all. So real briefly, as we look at barriers to higher education for Native students, over the last several years, it's been an ongoing discussion for some time. The tribes seeking some help from the state and the university on how to defray some of the cost of higher education, particularly coming to the university in Laramie. And so those conversations have been ongoing. I'll let President Stark and VP Keene introduce themselves, but the short version is most recently our Board of Trustees directed these two individuals to lead the UW side in a discussion with both tribes on how we might go about structuring an additional program on top of the existing resources to defray the tuition and fees, in particular, part of the cost of coming to Laramie. And so these folks have been engaged in those discussions, and I'll just let them tell you kind of where we're at in that, and then take any questions you have.
Excellent. President Starks, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good to be here today with you. So, John Stark, I'm President and CEO of the University of Wyoming Foundation. So we were here with this committee, I think it was last September, giving an update in terms of some of the fundraising activity, private support opportunities that have taken place with regard to our Native students. And then we can also talk about the ongoing effort that Vice President Keene and I have been working on with liaisons from both tribes. So in terms of, obviously at the foundation, we're on the private support side, and help raise and manage those funds to support students and programs all across the university, and including our Native students. And I would say a growing emphasis on that particular issue. The success of all of our students is the fundamental fundraising priority at the University of Wyoming. And that's essentially adopted by the Board of Trustees. Certainly faculty support is also a high priority, and that's leads in large part to our student success. But student success is the bullseye of our fundraising efforts. As part of student success, support for Native students is also a growing priority. And we've had some success in that area. We have about 17 different endowed funds that provide scholarship support to Native students, mostly from Wyoming. Some extend beyond residents. We also have some additional funds that support students once they arrive. So student enrichment funds, not restricted to scholarship, but support our Native students once they arrive on campus. The sum total of the scholarship support that we manage is about $5.7 million in endowed funds, generating about $200,000 a year on average. As we add to those list of funds, that number will grow. I looked at the numbers.
Is that funds for Native students or is that all?
For Native students.
Yeah, okay.
For Native students. And some of those funds have certain restrictions. They may be restricted to students studying in a specific major. Some may be restricted to, we just, for example, just realized an important estate gift in the last 6 months that's focused on graduates, Native American students who are graduates of a Wind River Reservation High School. So that's an example of how donors select criteria. Some may say, well, I'd like to support Native students, but I'd like to do something with a preference in engineering or social work. And so those are the types of restrictions one might see on some of the funds that we oversight.
Do you mind me interrupting? And
Sure.
so that would not include a graduate of Fremont 25, who
Correct.
has more Native students than any other.
Correct.
There you go.
There are some
Might talk to that donor.
unique, sadly, that particular donor
Passed
is
away.
deceased because it was a realized estate gift. But all these funds work hopefully to help fill some of the need for Native students. Part of what we've been doing in recent years is building both awareness through telling stories about other folks that have created these funds. And interestingly enough, today the university just put out its UWIO magazine, which many of you've seen. There is a story on support. This particular edition is dedicated to philanthropy across the university. There is a story there about support for Native students, particularly Fremont County, Wind River, and our two tribes in Wyoming. So things like that do help build awareness of the need, hopefully also inspiring others to follow what some donors have done and provide private support. So clearly, though, fundraising is a long game. You know, when you're talking about endowments, it takes time for those endowments to mature and then produce distributions each year that can be used. But that number is growing, and that's what we're attempting to do. So that's essentially a bit of a snapshot of the private support. We have a bright, relatively young new fundraiser on our team whose primary assignment is helping support Native students, and he's already off and running and doing a good job. But a lot of us get involved in this issue because we know it is a priority. So we've had a number of our fundraising professionals get involved in this. So now, shifting gears a little bit, but still related to the private support piece, is I'm sure everyone's aware that the tribes have requested consideration of tuition waivers at the University of Wyoming for enrolled members of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes. So in response to that, we met, the tribal members came and presented to the Board of Trustees last September, I think was the date that that meeting. But through that process, Vice President Keene and I were assigned the task to work with 4 other representatives from the 2 tribes to come up with a plan or perhaps a solution as to how we would respond to that request for tuition waivers. And so Alex and I, Vice President Keene, have been meeting. We've met up here in Riverton in February. And then we also met recently in Laramie to figure out, well, what are the possible ways we could handle this? Are there ways other than a tuition waiver to address this issue? And I'm going to turn to Vice President Keene, I think, to kind of walk through a potential solution, be subject to final Board of Trustee approval. But I think we're making some headway.
Okay, thank you, President Starr. President Keene, Vice President Keene.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Alex Keene, University of Wyoming.
And
So-
formerly of the LSO, you guys,
Formerly of
before your time, but
So in response to the series of conversations and then direction from our University of Wyoming Board of Trustees, we worked toward drafting up a commitment structure. And so just to kind of explain what a commitment structure is, there would be a qualification metric to it, but that commitment structure then is a 4-year renewable scholarship. And we would look to set it equal to resident tuition and mandatory fees until a first bachelor's degree is earned. There would also be a transfer student option where transfer students would be fully eligible for 3 years or until a first bachelor's degree is earned. That's the concept of it, so that it would essentially be a commitment. You wouldn't have an annual criteria or new application to it when you enroll at the University of Wyoming. You would be in that commitment structure. Some of the qualifications that we laid out in this draft proposal to our Board of Trustees would be that you would have to be an enrolled member of the Northern Arapaho or Eastern Shoshone tribe, graduate from a Wyoming high school, complete the FAFSA on an annual basis, and in order to maintain that moving forward, to be enrolled as a full-time student or complete a minimum of 12 credit hours per semester. This concept would then be part of an overall award package. And so other scholarships awarded, including Hathaway or the university's Cowboy Commitment, the concept would be that all of those would work together in combination and be a total award package. But in response to the request of the tuition and fee portion of this, that's really what we would structure this commitment to cover, is that tuition and fee piece. We presented this to our Board of Trustees. We did receive feedback and asked for some refinement and to bring it back to them at a future Board of Trustees meeting. But conceptually, I think there was an indication that we're working towards something that is achievable. The funding behind it, the structure that we had laid out would be that the university would contribute funds into a new endowment structure. And part of that clarification that we received from our board is that really the first step is they want to see essentially a complete endowment agreement written out so that they know what it is exactly that they're approving. Once that is in place, then we would begin the discussion of how to fund this. Endowments are sort of a longer term goal, and so there would need to be some expendable cash up front. But it would create the opportunity for funding to come from many sources to go into this endowment to then cover that cost over the long term. As we sort of look at the numbers right now, our original target would be getting to about $6 million, and that would be able to fund current enrollment levels, with 4 classes enrolled at a time. And so really that's kind of where we are right now. Like I say, we did receive some feedback of a few things, and that they would really like us to come back with that complete endowment agreement set up. And then we'll move on to sort of that next step of what the funding sources would be out of the gate to get this moving.
so it'd be fair to say that the Board of Trustees is generally supportive of the idea? Is that pushing it, or is that too much?
Mr. Chairman,
Somewhat supportive of the idea?
I take it as a positive sign that they asked us to come back with a few modifications to this proposal.
Got it. Any questions at this point? Well, that's exciting. That's really exciting, actually. What else did you have to tell us? Mr. Smith?
That
the
completes
hot news.
our testimony. One thing I wanted to emphasize when CEO Stark mentioned that overall dollar amount in
Yes.
endowment, that does include the three scholarship endowments that the tribes initiated, the Chief Washakie Endowment and those funds. So I just wanted to make clear that that includes those funds as well.
And just by way of full disclosure, I'm the treasurer of the Chief Washakie Foundation. So there's kind of a cross purpose there, or not cross fertilization there.
And finally, as President Tyndall and his crew comes right after us, just know that President Tyndall and President Seidel are in discussions constantly. They have some great ideas about helping that transition from CWC and then moving to Laramie for those students who wish to take that track. And we're excited about that work and look forward to their testimony today as well. So thank you.
We are too. So just by way of overview, the endowment, or it's kind of a commitment to fund Native American students, enrolled members of tribal governments here that graduated from Wyoming high schools through their 4-year period, but it's not a commitment to do it with particular funds. It's sort of like, we'll find the funds to do this, and it might come from different sources, but we're trying to make the commitment to fund mandatory tuition and fees. Did I push it too far?
Mr. Chairman, no, I don't think you did.
Okay.
I think really, the university has had success with matching programs.
Right.
And so where the source of those matching dollars originally comes from, I think that's part of the conversation. But I do think we can say with some certainty that if this gets put into place in whatever structure it looks like, that the university, is a big piece of that contribution to the solution.
Would Hathaway be part of it, potentially?
Mr. Chairman.
If someone qualified, that would come first?
Right. Hathaway, for those that qualify for Hathaway, of course, that would be part of the overall
Mhm.
award package for it. Yes.
Got it. So it kind of stacks everything as you can to make sure that we try to cover everybody. Thank you. That's a lot of thinking went into that. Appreciate it. Stand by. We're going to hear from the hometown team next. Mr. Tyndall, would you please come on up? And then we'll take general public comment afterwards on all the education stuff. And then we'll still pick up our Indian Education for All and after that. But I know some people are thinking they need to get on the road. Dr. Wells. Okay. Dr. Tyndall.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman. Thank you very much.
Great graduation the other night.
Absolutely.
Which I tell you, I was very impressed.
Yes. Well, I was impressed. So good to hear you were impressed.
Yeah.
So Zambechu, Nyake, and I just want to say thank you all. This is a great committee, and I'm glad we're in a state where we take our reservation very seriously. So I want to really honestly thank you for your work and hearing and trying to see what we collectively can do together. So we were, so I'm Brad Tyndall, president of Central Wyoming College, and with me is Dr. Corey Daly, vice president of student affairs, and our cheerleader is Dr. Kathy Wells, who I wouldn't be surprised if she comes to the table here with a question or two. So we were asked to provide information basically on kind of funding for students, and particularly scholarships. And I'd like to, in my comments, kind of frame this a little bit, because scholarship, I would say, is probably kind of 1/4 of our picture as we try to get students to the finish line. And there's a lot of pre-college work, and there's a lot of things. So those 4 areas more generally is kind of grants, and that's probably the biggest threat to us. And it's not so much need for scholarship dollars, frankly, but we have just a lot of grants. So I'll speak to kind of grant support. It's kind of a one thing that provides support to our students. Also, we do a lot for kind of creating an environment where people can thrive. And so we'll describe what that really means. And also we have our programming. So your product really matters. Like, do you have the right classes and programs for people? And then lastly, I would say is the scholarship piece. So if I could just describe this a little bit so you kind of see the greater picture, because it's one thing to dive at, let's do more scholarships, but really you want to say, what do we need to do? And how does scholarships fit into that? So first of all, we do a lot of partnerships with people because we want to leverage our resources. So a lot of people, not all of them are still here. We partner with a whole lot of people that have been in the room and so many others in terms of all these initiatives. So as you probably all know, we're a Native American non-tribal college institution, NASANTI, and we get grant funds for that. We also most notably have the state's largest TRIO programs. And people say, well, what's TRIO? I kind of know. Well, TRIO basically has pre-college. So we have about 650 students in this service area, primarily Fremont County by and large, who we go out to the high schools and we get people ready for college. And it's huge because we love our service area, we love the work we do, but we have the highest level of poverty and we have 85% of our students at risk. That's a federal definition by they either are Pell eligible, which is kind of a proxy for being poor, not being college ready in terms of how they score on the ACT. So they score as like, you're not ready for college. And they say, we take, come on anyhow, we're going to do what we can to get you to the finish line. And then the third part of that definition is being first generation to college. So with any of those three criteria, 85% of our students are within one of those three, often two or more, so they're at risk. And so we do a whole lot to kind of holistically try to get students ready for college, working with parents in the high school. So we have 3 pre-college programs. That's Talent Search, Gear Up, and Upward Bound. And there's, like I said, 650 some odd students that we work with, kind of largely at risk. And it's really risk by their economic status. So it's not really a racial thing or a DEI thing or anything. It's like, we're just trying to help everybody. And so that is at risk. And so at the federal level, we're very concerned. So not only are NASANTI grant is kind of on hold, and that provides specific support for institutional capacity building to help Native Americans, but NASANTI kind of is dwarfed by TRIO. And we are concerned is a very light and nice way to say. When you're talking about 650 people in a pipeline for which there would be no funding to help get people up and families trained, so to speak, to get people into college, the economic impact for the state is huge and begs the question, what do we do if that money goes away as a state? And so then you'll hear from Dr. Daly how we have success numbers where the number of graduates, I mean, in a nutshell, she'll explain kind of the success rate. So this is real. We're having really solid success. She'll explain the numbers. So that's our biggest concern. Comes down to federal dollars. And we've communicated that with our federal delegation. They've been of great support. Senator Barrasso was at our graduation in Jackson last week. Very grateful for that. So we're trying to communicate that effectively. So I mentioned the pre-college programs, Gear Up, Talent Search, and Upward Bound, but on the college side, then there's a handoff to them at the college level, and that's called Student Support Services. Now, all of that more generically is just TRIO. People throw out the word TRIO, and then at the federal level, they talked about TRIO and Gear Up because they were instituted at different times, but in terms of the colleges, we call it all TRIO, whether it's Gear Up or not. But in terms of the recommendation from the White House budget is to cut all of that. And that would be devastating to our community and especially our Native Americans, but it would be everybody. So that's one. So that kind of that grant, getting people to college and through college is like one of the 4 kind of pillars. Next, we recognize that all students need an environment where they feel welcome and can thrive. right? So we ensure that faculty and staff understand our American Indian students. So we mandate that they take 3 seminars so they understand the milieu, which is Wind River 101, Wind River 102, and Wind River 103 training. So we really try to create this environment where we're aware, we know people's issues, their history, their culture, that kind of thing.
And how long are those seminars in hours?
They're about an hour each.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's really just the basics, 3 different levels of the basics. And then we also, to create this welcoming environment where everybody feels welcome, we got tons of clubs of all types for different, flavors of Christianness and play. I don't think we have a pool table team, but we have all sorts of clubs. But to make sure that our American Indian students feel welcome, we have our Institute of Tribal Learning, and that we run a series of seminars on topics relevant to Native populations, such as blood quantum, education in America, natural resources. And we do, sponsor powwows. We had the powwow in Jackson, was that last week or the week before? So we're trying to be part of the culture and show up to these community events. And we also have, so our goal overall there is not only create a welcoming environment for Native American students, but we recognize that all our subcultures within this melting pot of America needs to get along and understand each other and appreciate each other. So part of that is not just saying, oh, you're welcome, but the greater community that we learn about each other. So these seminars and the activities and powwows are always very inclusive for everybody, and we're trying to bring people together so that everyone feels comfortable in school together and success rates are good, and you'll hear that they are good. So that's part 2. Part 3 is choosing our academic programs. And so our philosophy has been serve the populations and give the customers or students, if you will, what they say they need. And so we respect the sovereignty and the self-determination of the 2 tribes, and we have conversations and say what kind of program would make sense and for which students would show up to. And so a lot of that has led to, as you probably know, we have an associate degree, and then we have a Bachelor of Applied Science degree with an emphasis in tribal leadership. And in fact, the very first graduate of bachelor's from the community colleges was a Native American student. Can't remember her name. You probably, who was it?
Anisha Hill.
Anisha Hill from the reservation. And so we have programming at that level. We also teach we teach Arapaho, Shoshone, and we do relevant programming. I'm happy to say that we have at the bachelor's level about 20 students. And I really think we are, our mission statement is transform lives and strengthen communities. But if you see what's happening, we had I think it was 40 some odd students slated to graduate this spring. We have about 25 students, Native Americans in our bachelor's programs, and they are changing. I think will change the world. They're the future. This is really exciting, and the graduation numbers are going up. The students who are graduating with honors is going up, and all the needles are really going in the right direction. So Dr. Daly can explain the details of that. So we do things on the credit side for our students. I mentioned the 2-year degree, 4-year degree, but the non-credit stuff is really important too. It's kind of like the clubs and other things. So on the non-credit side, also coming from our Institute of Tribal Learning, we have what we call the Tribal Wisdom Society. And the Tribal Wisdom Society is very, I would call it an indigenized take on leadership development. And it's not the right word, leadership development. When people want to succeed as a youngster, and everybody's a youngster to me anymore, you hope they find their place in the world, right? And so this Institute of this Tribal Wisdom Society, it's not like the Fremont County Leadership Development Program, which some of us have gone through, but this is tribal wisdom, and it's so much about people finding their role in their society, their servant leadership role. And in traditional societies, as Representative Posey knows, because these programs, frankly, are his creation. But the whole idea is for people, as they did in days of old, to find what their role in their community was. And they were societies. There was the Society of Women who collect berries. There was a Society of Young Men who kind of help receive the warriors when they come back from the field, if you will. And so people need to find their way. That's one of our bylines of our college is come to CWC to find your way. But so we have indigenized the credit and the non-credit activities such as this Tribal Wisdom Society to meet the heart and soul needs of our students. And so we do a whole lot. And lastly, we do scholarships, and that's a piece of it. And overall, we have about $1 million we use of our general fund money from the state, and roughly about $1 million in philanthropy. And because at the heart of our operation is the reservation, these scholarships aren't so much separated out for, Native Americans only. We just have a lot of scholarship dollars, and we always need more. But these scholarships go for everybody, including lots and lots of Native Americans. And so people say, do you have money for Native Americans? They're going, we have money for everybody. And that includes Native Americans, most generally. So we do have a few funds that, donors will come and say, I want to target that money. And we have some of that. But by and large, we just help everybody. And that includes Native Americans, struggling white males. We see that with our studies that is something we're also concerned about. We're very concerned about a bunch of populations, and we ensure that our scholarship dollars try to take care of everybody. So that's just my general overview. But to answer the specific LSO questions, let me pass that to Dr. Daly.
Dr. Daly, welcome.
Morning. Thank you.
It's been a long time since you were doing a beat, being a cub reporter. Welcome.
Thank you. So to answer the question specifically, you have here our memo that talks about how many dollars we have, but I did want to add, our colleague Lisa Applehans reminded me that we should mention some of the other forms of student support that are available, things like student employment, work study, internships, those kinds of ways that are often grant funded. Federal work study does provide a little bit of money to support students so they can help earn their way through college and also get some seriously needed mentorship experience and employability skills along the way. So that vein has been growing and important for us to help our students have a more robust college experience and prepare them for the workforce as they move through the college. In addition, I wanted to mention that we have been aggressive. Dr. Tyndall mentioned pursuing grants. Almost all of those grants that we pursue, we are really closely watching whether we can provide student support with those grants. So we've had National Science Foundation grants that have been able to provide direct student support, Department of Energy grants that have been able to provide direct student support. What we know is, and we've mentioned this before this committee before, it's not just about tuition and fees. It's really about the associated costs of attending college, that opportunity loss. If they were able to work full-time, and we do have some students that try to do both, then they would be able to earn those dollars. By coming to college, they're not necessarily as able to earn those dollars, so they have to fill that gap. We have a lot of non-traditional students who are supporting parents, they're supporting children, they have mortgages, they have cars. All of those costs don't go away just because they're coming to school. So we look at that total cost of attendance as what we're trying to meet with our financial aid packages. So we have, like the University of Wyoming folks mentioned, there are different sources that we're combining together. So one of the things that we are concerned about in this federal budget bill as well are some changes to the Pell Grant availability. So there's an increase proposed to go from 12 credits to 15 credits. For our vulnerable students, when you mention 85% at risk, to go from 12 credits is a significant load already. To ask them to take another class is really impeding their ability to be successful. There also is a proposal to cut Pell for part-time students. So all of these students that we know who are working and have these other obligations are going to have less access to aid. One of the things that we did in our scholarship package in the last few years was to shift gears, and we had a focus on students being full-time, being that 12 credit load to be eligible for scholarships, and we recognized that really puts our part-time students at risk even further. So we now prorate our scholarships down to whatever, all the way down, if they're only taking one class, they are still eligible for some aid. So they have an increased ability to participate in education and be successful once they get there. Those part-time students, sometimes we only track graduation rates. Some of our school district partners were talking about, we need to look a little further out. You know, last year we had a graduate who took 11 years. This year we had a graduate from our nursing program who started in 2012 getting her GED at CWC. Wow. And now she's finished as a nurse. So we have to look and take the long view and think about the entirety of the package that we're looking at. So those things, that federal work study is also slated to be canceled in the budget bill. So that is another opportunity that would go away. I just also wanted to mention we have a partnership with Salish Kootenai for another project that is providing full tuition for students to be a part of this cohort related to early childhood. So we have a lot of participants from our Tribal Head Start to be able to advance their degrees and be able to provide greater level of service. Okay. So we have significant financial aid sources. I did want to mention that in your memo, you have a chart, a pie chart that shows the distribution of the sources of funding. So we have about a little over 70% of the funding that's coming to our tribal students. And I just want to clarify, when we're talking about our tribal students, we are talking about self-identified. We do not require proof of enrollment for these students. 71% of those funds are coming from federal sources. That is disproportionately larger than our overall population. A little over 50% of our overall population is relying on federal funds. So that's a significant piece. And when we look at our institutional commitment on this chart, that does include both our CWC funds and our private donor funds. As we mentioned, private donors often come with complicated distribution matrices. So they have to be enrolled in a certain program or from a certain high school, or we have one for students with diabetes that can get really interesting, finding students who are eligible for those programs. That proportion is also a little bit smaller than our overall population. That's about 32% in the overall population. So in general, I think it's important to note that those federal funds are incredibly important for our tribal students. The income piece is vital that be eligible. The state funding, there are about 4% for our tribal students and 7% for overall population. So it's pretty similar, not too much of a difference when we talk about things like Hathaway funding and those sorts of things. We do have a few endowments and scholarships that are specifically for tribal students, whether that is graduated from a Wind River Reservation High School, we do have some of that, or an enrolled member. Those totaled distributions for this year were just under $15,000. I did want to mention before we go into some of the success data that we also provide emergency funds for students. So things like I have students regularly in food crisis, medical expenses they can't afford, transportation issues that come up that they can't quite manage. So we solicit private donations to support students in those kinds of crises that otherwise they would probably have to drop out of school to be able to manage those situations. So I'll pause and see if there's any questions about the financial data before we go into the student success data.
Anything? Keep going.
Thank you. So we have provided a few charts here to illustrate primarily what's the trend data, but also to show you that there is still a persistent gap in our student success data between our tribal students and our overall student population. We have one of the things that I think both of us are very proud of is that we have been able to add to our staff, our faculty and staff, far more American Indian employees than we've ever had before. So that makes a big difference for our students. For example, we added one of our front desks in our enrollment centers is, a Northern Arapaho woman now. She has only been there less than a year. And the traffic from our tribal students has increased in that office, and they glom to her. It's a very important element that we're able to provide people from the community who can speak understand the background that those students are coming from and the kinds of challenges they're experiencing in college. We're able to provide built-in models for what it looks like for somebody who's been through the process and can explain it back. So we're pretty proud of that.
If I could add these are merit based, because sometimes people will say, "Oh, well, you're a DEI hire," and we go, "No, it's merit based." And we're proud to say that from the frontline staff, from that person Dr. Daly mentioned, all the way to the vice president level, enrolled member of Eastern Shoshone, Willie Noseep, we have a cadre of people, and I know we have a couple in the room. I think Al Hubbard's still back there. We have who assess with things. So. And then Mr. Ivan Posey, our executive director of our Institute of Tribal Learning. And so we have quite a cadre of people that makes it a welcoming environment from good quality staff.
And I mentioned that just to highlight the fact that those people's efforts are vital to getting these success numbers that we're getting. We're seeing greater level of enrollments. And as President Tyndall mentioned, I think the most important chart in here is the graduation. You know, the number of graduates that we're getting has increased dramatically. We only had 13 in 2016 and 17, and we had 50 in 2023-24. So that is a significant momentum building change that we are seeing in this county. Those people are going out and doing good things. We're very proud of our graduates this year. We expect that number to be slightly lower, but we are seeing more and more Bachelor of Applied Science graduates in entrepreneurship, business, early childhood education. We have agriculture students, really a variety of areas that they're making their mark. Any questions?
I think we're good.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, there's a whole lot more we could do, and I think you all know a lot about it, so I don't need to belabor those. But we also do high set or GED, and so we do a whole lot of that we do. We also have Dr. Wells could tell you a great deal about the Recompete grant and doing economic development, and we partner with the University of Wyoming, as Mr. Smith said, in terms of conversations with Ed Seidel to try to do an ETA, which would be an expedited transfer agreement with a cohort of Native American students and other cohorts as well. And we do work with Rob Black on the Native American Education Conference. We just do so much. At the heart of our institution is the reservation. So naturally, we do a whole lot more than we have time to talk about.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. How does it work with Job Corps? I had heard that you were working with Job Corps, that's wonderful. But how does that work with Job Corps and their GED and also your GED program? Can they go ahead and get scholarships then, or primarily are they usually finished and off into work?
Gee, I
Thank
wonder
you.
if anybody around here can answer that question. Dr. Wells, I think you heard your name called.
Yes, thank you. I should have just come up at the beginning. I'm Kathy Wells. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs. Representative Amman, that's a great question. We get students from the Job Corps in various tracks of their time at Job Corps and then transitioning to CWC. Job Corps has to, if I remember correctly, prepare their participants for 5 different areas following their time at Job Corps. They're going to 5 different tracks, and one of those tracks is continuing their education at a college or university. So Job Corps internally actually can prepare and test students with their high school equivalency, so they can complete that at Job Corps separate from CWC. They do that internally. We also most recently have been taking Job Corps students into CWC's adult education high set program and taking care of getting them through the high set testing on site at CWC. Depending on the staffing at Job Corps, that currently is their model. They're sending them to CWC to get their high school equivalency. And then we also engage with Job Corps for their students that are transitioning to a high school program, or sorry, a higher education program. So for example, they may be doing a certificate at Job Corps related to being a administrative assistant in a medical setting. and then they come to CWC and finish an entire associate's degree as an administrative assistant, or maybe they want the patient care side and complete a medical assisting or a CNA program with CWC. So there's lots of entry points for Job Corps students, depending on the education and workforce training track they choose.
Anybody else? Thank you. Anything else in general on the presentation by Central Wyoming College? Anybody? We're
Mr.
online.
Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was
Are you biased?
in a presentendo that I had like 30 questions to ask him, but I'll hold off.
This is your chance. Well, thank you very much, and thanks for all you do. I think we will take general public comment on the education topics that we've had so far, which is K-12 and higher ed. We're still going to get to the St. Stephen topic and the Indian Ed for All. We'll try to go through those very quickly. We're aware of the time, but thank you all. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. General public comment on education so far. Ms. Lee, I know you had one. Welcome. There you go. Put the green light on by pressing the button in the front. There you go. Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. There's also a couple of people who may be attending by Zoom who would like to speak. So I'll just be very brief to kind of give an introduction to this. I was asked by a group of parents to meet with them because of some concerns they had about the schools on the reservation, and we're wanting a meeting with a particular school board, and with others who might be able to address their concerns. Along with me attending these meetings were Rosa Salmonaco with the U.S. Department of Justice, and she's with the Community Relations Services, and she's always very good at getting people together to talk, face to face to work things out. But she was unable to do that. And so I'm the one who actually proposed that maybe coming today to just, make you aware of that. And also where, there is an idea that LaDon Olson will share with you as to where we could go from here to open up communications. So.
Okay.
So is Bobby present?
Mr. Chairman, she is online right now.
Is that who would go next?
Yes.
And it's, what's the name?
First name is Bobby.
Okay. What's the last name? Okay. Ms. Shaughnessy. If you can hear, if you can admit her. Hold on a sec. We're trying to work here. Go ahead.
Hello, Zombechu.
We have
This
more
is
than-
Bobby here.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming and speaking out. I really appreciate all the good words from the school districts, that they're doing for the children and for everybody that's a part of the school districts out there. So ours in particular, I have students that attend Fort Washakie school all throughout the different levels. And today in particular, I'm speaking for my daughter, Modosh. She was a freshman during the months at Fort Washakie High School. And during her years at Fort Washakie School, she's been, one of the go-to kids for help from her peers and friends. She helps them find their place and voice and strengths, especially during wrestling season. She is somebody that the students, go to help with issues when problems arise. And, she really enjoyed wrestling for the school during middle school. And then she did an injury for high school. But that really taught her a lot of the things in life, of a place to escape with her emotions. She became a counselor and a coach, you know, through just within her little student peers. But unfortunately, in January, she was expelled from the Fort Washakie High School. The principal, Christy Wright, was the one that expelled her. And so before the expulsion, she had brought the attention to, you know, Christy Wright about bullying that was going on with a bunch of her friends. And she wanted to get the situation resolved. So she asked for a student meeting with the staff and her and the other girls. Unfortunately, the only two people that were in there was the secretary and Christy Wright, and 3 out of 5 of the girls. One of the girls that was basically the main character in this whole issue was not allowed to go in there. And the only reference Christy Wright had given her was, tell your friend to shut her trap, which is unprofessional at a principal level. And so the problem didn't get really resolved, because the next day is when a fight happened. And Modosh is a freshman at the Fort Washakie school. She got into it with all kids that have been there. They're all juniors. And Modosh is the only one that was expelled and charged with battery and disorderly misconduct. She was suspended for 5 days, is what the police report had stated. But a day before she was supposed to return, Christy Wright called and said that the superintendent, Miss Deb Smith, and the board, which is Kay Ferris, Tex LeClaire, and Bonnie Washakie, all said that they are going to pull her contract and she cannot attend school. When you use that language, expelled, it puts a damper on how the children is accepted into the next school. And it being Modosh's freshman year, we have yet to get her back into school due to that language that has been written and the way they wrote out the report. I had asked for documentation for clarification on these, because their procedures that they went ahead with doesn't match what's in the student school book and the policies. So we were wondering how we can get clarification on the policies. And so I reached out to many different people to, you know, get some help on the situation. And so we were able to meet with Miss Salamanca and LaDawn and Chessie Lee. And we created this group, you know, to meet with the superintendent, and along with other concerned parents that were kind of dealing with the same situation. And so Salamanca was able to get a hold of Miss Deb Smith and invited her and the board to have a meeting with us. However, in that meeting, the attorney had advised Miss Deb Smith to not speak to us. She could only listen, which was controversial, because we were there for answers on how we can move forward for all the students to be able to be successful into a safe environment. Because when the parents came, there was many complaints. It wasn't just Modosh being expelled or fights happening or different things going on in the school. It was also civil rights being broken, where the bathroom doors were taped off and children weren't allowed to use the new restrooms. Again, I expressed safe environment.
May I interrupt you for a second?
Yep.
I kind of want to find out where this is going, everybody, because we're not the Arapahoe, or we're not the Fort Washakie School Board, and we don't have the ability to resolve this for you. I mean, we certainly encourage you to work with the school board and the folks, and so I'm trying to understand what you need from us, because this is beyond our area.
Mm-hmm. getting there. I just wanted to give everybody a background that we did go through all these loopholes. We invited the board to come to this meeting. They didn't come. They didn't allow Deb to speak after that. She stopped responding, and we had provided a list. And then we also reached out to Sergio Maldonado, another district, to try and, give us some insight and help us move forward. That was also detered out. And we went to the SBC and didn't get any help. We contacted Rosa. We asked Sergio. We asked to have a meeting with Mr. Ivan Posey that sits in our district, and we got no answers. And that's why we're here today, to figure out how we can create policies that the boards on the reservation are able to circulate along with the parents, maybe other trainings and things like that, because it is concerning, and especially when the only statements that are made from a superintendent is who her family is, and that's an organized agenda. And I just wanted to end it with that, each one of my children, I have 7 children that go to school there, and it's about over 10,000 that the state of Wyoming gives the public schools. So my children put in quite a bit of amount to go to those schools. And so this next year, they won't be going to the school due to the poor professionalism that was there and the lack of support that we had. We followed the policies, and it's really sad to hear that, that this is the end of the road for Modosh when she just started as a freshman. And the last thing is, we're all enrolled Shoshone members. That means we're heirs of the 1863 and 1868 Fort Bridger treaties. Inside those articles, it states the rights to the education. And Chief Washke even mentioned, way back in the day, that education is what he wanted for his people. So today I'm just expressing my daughter's emotional and, just progress. Her educational progress is stopped because of wording, because of policies that weren't followed. And it's unfair. And it's still going to be unfair because my children aren't going to be able to attend the public school there. Just knowing what sits at that background and the fight that we had with our children, with the school, and not moving forward. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shangasi. Ms. Lee, I'll turn it back to you. Anybody else want to add anything?
Yeah, is Austin?
We have someone else?
Yes, this is Austin Hill. And again, I'm Modosh's parents, and
I guess we do.
okay, well, from that on, it just kind of going off what Bobby said, and this is a tribal relations meeting again, and that we have a voice here and we're speaking our concerns, and to basically say, how does this fit into what we're doing here on your guys' agenda? If it's perfectly in there, because how are we as Indian people supposed to fix this bridge to where our relationship with the state and ourselves is acceptable so that we can all move forward in some type of way? But with what's going on here at hand, the Wyoming Board of Education, it states in their laws that everybody, every child, every person deserves a quality education. And with the protocols and the procedures the school district 21 has in place, they were not even followed. The laws and stuff ain't followed. So how are you and the tribe supposed to make these amends, make these connections, when deep down inside the school board, the superintendent don't follow what they've written, don't follow the protocol, the procedures, and it affects generations on down? Because you look at the school now, look at our dropout rate. Look at all the unsuccessful children that don't get that quality education, because it starts at that school. It starts at that school board. It starts at the superintendent and the treating of every children there. So, my concerns, our concerns as parents to the school here need to be addressed in some type of healthy way. We've exhausted our remedies to try to fix the situation, to try to go around. And the state of Wyoming does have a say in this because they 638'd the school with the state. So that means the Wyoming State Board of Education has a say into what happens to our children, has a say into the policies and procedures that are created. And to be put on the back burner for so long, that's not a way to fix the struggles that are happening here. And these are our children that we're talking about, our future generations that we talk about. And how are we as Indian people supposed to move forward when we are deprived of all the education at a young age and never get the chance to step up and be that person? There's favoritism, there's nepotism that goes along with all of this that's in place. And how are our children to break that barrier? How are our children going to succeed? How are our dropout rates going to slow down and have more successful students that graduate? Those are my concerns. And it ain't just our children that we talk about. This is plenty of children that came to us, their parents that came to us telling us what the school does. And we've experienced firsthand on what they do and how they can handle it. And it's not very professional, nor is it very caring for their education and for their communities.
So, sir,
Thank
what's
you.
your last name? I got your,
Off
would you
Hill.
tell me your last name?
Hill.
Okay.
Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Your comments are definitely noted.
Oh, I
and
got
think
one more
have
thing
been
to say.
noted by,
The thing I got to
can
say
you
too
make
is,
it short?
yes, sir. It's kind of to the other ones like Ivan Posey here and Cal Case. You guys are big on the education, but when we come and try to talk to you about this issue, we were pushed under the rug. And, that's not being very supportive of your communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Any questions for Mr. Hill? Thank you, Mr. Hill. Ms. Lee, what else do you have for us?
Hello, my name's Tony Colston. This is not my nature. I'm nervous about testifying here. But I'm here because things need to be changed at Pulaski School. They can't continue as is. I'm going to read this so I don't forget what I'm going to say.
Okay.
I'm Northern Rappel, and I've lived on the Wind River Reservation most of my life. I've raised 6 children, all of whom attended Pulaski School from kindergarten to 8th grade. I've also raised my brother's children. 2 of my own and 2 of my brothers graduated Pulaski High School. In addition, I raised 2 of my grandsons who also attended Pulaski through 8th grade. Today, I am here to speak about my youngest child, Running Bear Colston. Running Bear is 18 years old. He is a good kid, helpful, thoughtful, and generous. He follows his traditional ways and is now just 1 year away from graduating high school. He struggles with his learning disability. Since his freshman year, when teachers called on him, he didn't always respond right away. Not out of defiance, but because he needed extra time to process and respond. Instead of accommodating his needs, the school shamed him. They made him feel dumb and treated him as though he were misbehaving. I tried to work with the school to create a plan to support him. They said he needed positive male role models, so his uncles stepped in. With their guidance, he became more confident and began standing up for himself. We also set up a reading plan for him, but the school never followed through. They continued to pick on him. He was frequently pulled out of class and placed in detention, which made him feel like a bad kid. All he ever wanted was to be included, to learn, and to be with his peers. The constant mistreatment wore him down. He lost his motivation. It's affected his learning and his willingness to learn. The school principal has showed disrespect for our traditions, which was both demeaning and hurtful. In our culture, no one is supposed to touch our hair, yet the principal reached out and touched his niece's hair without permission. One particular incident stands out. Running Bear went to school and before classes began, stepped in the cafeteria to visit with his friends. The group was being loud and had moved a table. When the lunch lady asked them to move it back, instead of addressing the group, the principal singled out Running Bear and got other staff to join in. They picked on him until they got a negative response. When that happened, they told him he had to leave the school property. Though there was a snowstorm and whiteout conditions, security escorted him off school grounds. By the time I arrived, he was already gone. I found him walking a mile down the road in the storm. When I asked the school why I hadn't been called, they told me they weren't required to notify me. Witnesses later told me that the principal escalated the situation by encouraging staff to go along with it. What I've seen in a school that constantly fails to follow its own policies and procedures, I believe that it's not just wrong, it's unethical and corrupt. The principal has been involved in nearly every incident involving Running Bear, and it doesn't stop there. My son's two younger children who were in elementary school were also affected. The same principal questioned them without our knowledge and then filed a report with DFS. Those children were removed from their home even though no wrongdoing was ever proven. We fought hard to get those babies back. They are still terrified. In the middle of the night, they wake up crying, asking, "Do we have to go back?" I still question how a principal of the high school had the authority to enter another school, question students, and initiate such a serious case. This kind of unchecked power is part of our history as Native people when so many children over decades were taken away from their families. We live the historical trauma of that as we're still trying to heal it, and here it is being repeated. From what I've heard, the principal acted in a similar way while working in the Crow Nation school system, and that's why she was let go. I am asking for a formal investigation, not only into the school's failure to follow proper procedures, but also into potential misconduct and abuse of power by the school's leadership. Our children deserve better. They deserve to feel safe, respected, and supported in their learning environment. As of right now, Running Bear does not feel safe or respected. He feels he cannot learn at Fort Washakie High School and will not be going back next year. This is also true for my son's children. This is 5 children who are refusing to go back to Fort Washakie School in the fall of 2025. Thank you for your attention on this matter and your time.
Thank you. Would you say your name again so we get it right for the record?
Toni Colston, Tonicoulston.
Spell the last name again.
Coulston.
Got it. Thank you very much, Ms. Colston. Thank you. Are you going to speak too?
So my role here, I'm LaDonna Olson, community member, descendant of the Eastern Shoshone tribe. My role here is to figure out ways that we can honor Indigenous lifeways. And the parents have asked me, how is it that we can come together in a good way and solve this? And so it was actually Austin that brought up the idea of a talking circle. And so he would like me to formally invite both you, Chairman Senator Case and you as well, Chairman Posey, to a talking circle, and the rest of the, if you would like to join a talking circle, of, we are calling ourselves Communities Keeping Children Safe. And it's going to be a series of talking circles, and the first one will start Thursday, June 6th, I think, at 5:30 at Rocky Mountain Hall.
And who else is invited on the talking circle? The school
We
people?
hope, yes, they
So
will be,
have you,
invited, and the community will be invited.
have you invited the school board? And
Not yet, we've invited you first.
yeah, so I'm not going to be in Wyoming at that time. I'm on a national committee about elections that I've got to go to, but I might be able to attend other times.
There will be more.
Yeah. Certainly though, you should have the school board. And this is all about Fort Washakie, right? Everything that's been said. So if we could have, maybe invite that school board, or alternatively, they might propose you come to one of their meetings, which would be fine. But we're not the school board. You guys understand that, right? We don't sign the checks for the schools, or we're kind of. But any comments, Mr. Posey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand and listen to your concerns, but as Chairman Case mentioned, we're not the school board. You know, there's elected officials that sit on a school board that take care of these matters. I don't know what the procedure is for a school board to, if they don't address these issues. I'm sorry, I don't know that. But I think that has to go and stay in the local control aspect of governance for our schools. I'm not dismissing the concerns that are out there. I'm not. But what I'm saying is we up here as a select committee on tribal relations have very little say over this, you know, and we don't want to overstep our bounds personally, from my viewpoint, into a local school board and what their responsibilities are. I could, as a representative, I could look into how that process works and do what I can to help facilitate. I don't know what I could do, but it all rests on the school board and whatever appeal process they have. But I just want to mention that it's basically out of our control when you have a local board that has that kind of control over our students. But I'm not dismissing any of the concerns or the comments. I'm just saying there's a system in place there that I'm totally not aware of yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So keep us apprised of your talking circle times and encourage you to reach out to the school board. I'd be interested in what they have to say. They actually hire the personnel that you've talked about. So, you know, there is a remedy there. And if they're an elected body, which you all know, of course, so if they are not responsive to the people, new people can be elected as well. So I wish you success, and please keep me apprised. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and committee. Yeah.
Thank you all. Okay, we had St. Stephen's on the agenda first. Is there any update on St. Stephen's? I don't think anybody's here. Are you? Yes, please join us. Welcome. Like to know what's going on. So my understanding is that the state of Wyoming still has some.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we're not St. Stephen's. We
Okay.
we were just hoping we could do some.
Oh,
some
public comment?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, I'm sorry.
I apologize. I just got off the rails. Go ahead. Public comment. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Harmony Spoonhunter. I'm the Eastern Shoshone Education Director.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. I just wanted to make a comment that after meeting with John Stark and Alex Keene in April, we had high hopes of this free tuition, free waiver for Native American students at University of Wyoming. Then we presented to the budget Board of Trustees and then the Board of Trustees. And it's kind of like we're getting pushed in circles. You know, we've been trying to get this. I started in 2011 and we've been working on this for a really long time. And, you know, we had high hopes after that meeting, and then to come back and say, okay, you need to come back and with a more definite plan. So they were mentioning tribal funds, and we have no resources for us to provide for to the UW institution. Being a land-based institution, you know, they do have obligations to the reservation. And I was told that the Native American affairs, the Indigenous affairs was being taken from arts and, what is it? The arts department into humanities. So we're being put under a minority instead of being as Indigenous on our own.
Could you possibly mean transferred from one college at the university to
Yeah,
another?
so, yeah,
A
so
College
it's
of Arts and Sciences, instead you're going to another college?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and being that our students are attending UW.
Yes.
The federal Indian law and the other Indigenous studies is being moved to a different college.
I see.
So we're being put under a minority instead of us. We're not minorities.
Oh, I see.
So, and then just to emphasize, other states have put bills and policies in place for Native American tuition waivers.
Mhm.
And so I would like to see that here also. Colorado has put it into their bill. Montana has put it into their bill. And you know, their surrounding states. And we here have 2 tribes in Wyoming. So, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
I am the vice chairman, and there was a delegate that was formed by Mr. Seidel to meet on these matters.
Right.
And it's been a long time talk. And like Harmony, who was our education director, provided with Idaho, Montana, Colorado, how they proceeded with this. Northern Arapaho does have their endowment with UW. Shoshones don't. They should have started that a long time ago. But what we're at the table, you know, I guess the impression I got was, let's start the wheel all over again. When it's already has been in talk, and the numbers that we went about a year ago, we went to UW and met with the horseshoe table of UW. And we explained, you know, as best as we could. And we gave them the correct numbers from the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho. How many students attend that university? It wasn't 300. So that's when we reached out, respectfully, Lee Spoon Hunter, who was the past chair for Northern Arapaho, and he was a part of this team. And there was just a total of only, I think 30 or 40 students, 40 students. And that's making up of only enrolled from here.
Right.
Each tribe. Because you had Crow, Sioux, Navajo, other tribes attending UW. So, but where we were basically saying, our intention was that UW is the only university in Wyoming, and we're the only 2 tribes in Wyoming. Both tribes have historical ties to that land. And yes, it is a land-based institution. And, you know, I'll revert back to our treaty is older than the state of Wyoming became effect.
It is.
both tribes, not only the Crows to Cheyennes, Utes, we crossed that land historically. So where we were coming from, so we kind of let, when we spoke with Alex and John, this is the exact numbers we want to, bring to the table, and Mr. Spoonhunter brought his numbers. So, and then Councilwoman Dresser is on that group. And so we went, what was it, last week? We were in Laramie with the intention, what John and Alex, it just wasn't presented well. So now they're telling us to come back in July or September. Well, they did tell us July, but now, you just correct me, September now.
Okay.
So we know that ain't gonna happen we're not expecting this to happen right away, because we know that things need to be done. So, but we did give the correct numbers. And I know the Chief Washington Endowment, that is family oriented, that's a family oriented, we all know from home here.
Yeah.
And we would rather
I'm
have
treasurer of that foundation.
Yeah, but we would rather have, I understand it, but we'd rather have an endowment geared that would, for our Eastern Shoshone tribal members that want to go to the university. Like I told them, they want to be cowboys in this home state.
Right.
We live here. And like I know CWC has a large number of Indian students here, which they can go from there and go right down. So, but I'm just making the point is that's what we want, is the free tuition, because there's no way that the tribes can put in funds. Like the budget lady said, that can't happen. We want an endowment of our own, just like Northern Apple, but well, I'll save that. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you all for being here, I guess. Let me see, there's kind of a lot, I was exposed to a lot through our school districts and all the stats and stuff, which like surprises me. But, I'll touch on the UW thing. I believe the Eastern Shoshone Northern Rappel should have free tuition and fees. There's a whole culturally sensitive, economical justification that you could give, because students that come from a reservation straight to like a big university, I believe, are culture shocked. They don't have the backing as CWC, where they have family here to help them get through school. Just like Chair of Northern Apple Tribe said, one income probably helps out 2 or more families. But so that's like the big thing I was trying to get at. Like the culture is different, the cost of attendance is different. I believe with CWC you can get through your Pell Grant and afford CWC, whereas Laramie you're just getting through the tuitions and maybe the fees, depending on what credits you're geared for. Also, I think free tuition would be great without all the, I don't want to say stipulations, but just to get admitted to the college should be good enough. If you're there being admitted, you might fail, get put on probation, or get kicked out. I mean, that's fine with me too. As long as they're there and can try, because I know a lot of the Native Americans will go to like a big school right out of the gate, straight from college or high school and fail, just fall flat on their face, and them to pick themselves up and try again is probably like statistically is probably tough. I did it. It was pretty tough for me, but I do got to commend Central Wyoming College. They've grown. I'm surprised. I'm surprised with all the numbers that they have going through there. But then again, it does pertain to how close we are to that college. So their Pell Grant can cover their fees and tuitions, whereas they can rely on their family, wherever they live. Maybe grandma, grandpa, mom, dad will pay all the bills to help them live and to help them. They have a big enough family area relations to help them keep going back and forth to school. We also have Wind River Transportation Authority that gets them to and from school, which is, it's just like day and night from us going from CWC to University of Wyoming. So
You're doing great.
yeah, I'm trying to think, like there was a lot just spinning through my head. I think
How do you think we feel? We're just like, we're doing
yeah,
backflips.
and I had some more on the stats too. Kids from our school district, from our local school districts. I would like to see some statistics from each school that go to like CWC. I think that would give me enough data to see like which students succeed compared to each other on our reservation, and including Lander and Riverton. Because I feel like there's a big gap. I've known numerous students that go to CWC and can't even get through the placement test.
Right.
And that's a big problem with me too, because like student athletes, I feel like there's a tendency just to push them through all the way through school. If and we see it all the time. They go off to school and they don't even make it through. They don't even get to play because they can't even pass their classes through that first semester. What else is there? There's tons. I guess I could pretty much sum it up right there. But like I said, I commend CWC again. Them getting their bachelor programs going. That's awesome. Like when I went to CWC, there was no bachelor programs.
Right.
Only thing I have to say is that I came from Lander, went to CWC, went a year and a half, and they're like, "Oh, you're done." Like I wasn't prepared for, you're done. I was expecting to go 2 years fully. But there's some other problems, I guess, with sorry, CWC, I do got to throw you on the bus one time. So
They were smiling. And now
the
they're gonna cry.
advisors there, I believe, I know like a few students that get advice from the advisors that they have. They'll go through graduation, do the walk, and then they'll get contacted later on the next year saying, "Hey, you missed credit. You didn't graduate." No, but
I hope not.
it's happened. I think my daughter's one of them.
Oh, wow.
But it's there's a thing there. I think the culture, like what's the name was saying, like there's more and more Native students working at the school now, which is awesome. I love, and then that opens up the opportunity for other Native students to actually work with the staff, because I know there's I don't know, there's like a taboo going to a bigger school and working with a non-Native, and the culture don't mesh, trying to communicate with each other, kind of like how I am right now.
You're doing great.
But I think that's the most I like to say. God, I'm drying up here, but I like to thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you. Chairman Grossbeck. Welcome.
Chairman, so I would like to reiterate what was already said, and what Ms. Spoonhunter was trying to get at is that the inclusion part. We're not a minority. We're a political class,
Mm-hmm.
and that's our sovereignty,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the way UW has to view the tribes here, and went to legislation to put some of that verbiage in there because it was trying to dictate for our endowments.
Right.
That part of it, we told them, no, you got to deal with us. We're not a minority. And if you do that, then the private donors, they might back away from it, because to have that political inclusion of political class, it lets people take the classes that they want to take, not what the the DEI inclusion, what the administration is trying to force on us. So I want to make that well aware. And UW is a land grant based university, and that's what people need to realize. There's a lot of grants that they went after in the name of the tribes. So there's a lot of IDC costs that never comes to us. They use our numbers, they use our information. Those are the type of problems that are at the forefront, and we're just asking for just a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
for our Native students to go there. And then they say, well, they identify as Native American. It's up to them to find out if they're enrolled or if they're descendants of these two tribes.
Mm-hmm.
that's up to the UW. So then it makes the base of numbers more, you know? So all in all, the good old boy club at UW needs to deal with us. You know, they need to give us the time to hear us out on these matters, and we're here. We're not going nowhere.
Mhm.
You know, and in a roundabout way, you know, they kind of disrespected Miss Spoonhunter because they told her, well, why don't you go get $1 and start your own endowment? So disrespectful in so many ways, you know. So I just want to bring that to light, and because I think UW Board of Trustees owe her apology, you know. So I just want to make that known. And for me, I will give CWC props, you know. They're there with our people, with our students. And the Arapaho tribe we're trying to work out to start an endowment over there with CWC to help them. And another point that I got to bring up, you know, a lot of our kids come out of high school
Mhm.
and they're not proficient, you know. So when they get to CWC, they're taking remedial classes to get where they need to be. And then it chews up all their Pell Grant. So by the time they get down to UW or wherever they're going to go,
That's gone.
you know, and then they're taking out student loans. It's a vicious cycle. And it's upon us to try to figure that out. And basically UW wants to throw it back into legislation and have you guys deal with it. And I don't think it needs to go there. I think the tribes and UW are in a position now that we should be able to figure this out, you know. That's all. I hope.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the panel? Thank you all. Thank you all. I know 2 of them are UW are here, and they're all ears, I promise. Thank you very much. So
Thank you.
we still have a couple more topics to cover. Is it okay? Okay, we're going to do Indian education for all, and we're going to do it quick. That's our pledge. Let's hear it.
Mr. Chairman, Rob Black, Wyoming Department of Education Native American Liaison.
Nathan Tajeski, Wyoming Department of Education, Chief Innovation Officer. He's a good-looking guy.
He's great.
Real quick, a point you brought up earlier, Mr. Chairman, about is the Wyoming Department of Education monitoring what's going on with the U.S. Department of Education? And the answer is a resounding yes. Our Superintendent Megan Degenfelder and her team have traveled to the District of Columbia multiple times, and they've visited in person with Secretary McMahon and her team, and they are working to get as much information as possible and get it out to the districts. So that is an ongoing effort, and I just wanted to address that question.
Thank you for that.
Yes. On St. Stephen's, we were hoping they would show up, but they haven't. But the memo you have recites the history of funding for St. Stephen's. The short version is once the school was turned over completely to the U.S. Bureau of Indian Education, the funding from the state stopped because the department, my department, Department of Education, was unable to continue those negotiations and reach an agreement with the Bureau of Indian Education to keep taking state money. That was a result of 2007 legislation to bring their funding up even with the public school districts. So there hasn't been any funding from the department the last 3 years. And I'll take any questions on that, but that's the short version. The money that had been in the budget was transferred by the legislature 3 years ago to the Department of Family Services. So the money keeps going to the tribes, but it's now used for foster care and tribal child.
That's my understanding,
services.
right?
Yes, so the tribes are still getting the money, it's just not going to St. Stephen's.
Mhm.
On Indian Ed for All, again, you have a memo. I just want to emphasize that Superintendent Degenfelder pulled together a Native American Education Cabinet, which Roy Brown mentioned, and they're doing great work. The first meeting was in October, and they're meeting nearly monthly, and at least 7, I counted, of the 15-member cabinet, they're all Native American, are in this room or have testified. One is in a matching Dijon colored suit next to you, and they've done amazing work in a short amount of time.
Dijon? Okay,
That's what it looks like.
all right.
The main point of emphasis is a subgroup led by Mr. Brown and Lynette St. Clair are working on Wyoming's version of what they call in Montana and other states, essential understandings, basically things all students should know about our tribes. And the hope is down the road to develop curriculum and lesson plans. That would augment resources we have on our website, been developed by Wyoming PBS, the State Historical Society, Wyoming Humanities, and many others. So, and one other point, Mr. Brown brought up about accreditation. The accreditation team at the department is looking at ways to highlight Indian Ed for All and ask the districts to focus on Indian Ed for All. And for those who don't know, that's kind of a colloquial term for social studies standards that address Native American history, culture, and contemporary contributions. But nationwide, it's usually called Indian Ed for All. So I'll pause and stand for any questions.
Any questions at this point? You're doing really well. So
Tried to get that all in under 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
you did pretty well. Anything else on the topic? Okay. Mr. Co-Chairman, or Mr. Chairman, did you want to address?
Yeah, Chairman, this will give you guys an update. Last month I met with the Rocky Mountain tribal leaders and Assistant Secretary Scott Davis was there, along with the superintendent of BIE. And both the tribes are gonna draft a letter to engage to take back St. Stephen's. So just so you guys know.
Oh.
So we're starting that process now.
Oh, that's
It might-
interesting.
It might be a couple years out, but we're starting that process all over again. So just so you guys know, it's just now starting. This is in the beginning phases of it, and so
Yeah.
we're gonna draft a letter and tell them that we want to engage and get the school back again.
Well,
Yeah.
and I appreciate knowing that. You know, we worked hard to get funding for St. Stephen's that would bring the funding of St. Stephen up to the level of the funding of other similar districts. And so that was something we worked very, very, very hard at. And then to have everything be turned upside down and kind of disappointed in that. But that's hopeful to hear that you're thinking about doing that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Any questions? Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Yeah, we got one right here.
One comment regarding Indian Ed for All update that you gave, Rob, or Mr. Black. A few weeks ago, Roy and Scotty and Veronica from Arapahoe School and Lisa McCard kind of had a really, and Lynette St. Clair, she kind of took the lead on that, but she's trying to explore ways to expand that outside the reservation, which the law implies that needs to happen. So that hopefully there'll be more growth to that effort. You know, we haven't had a follow-up meeting that I know of, but I know that
The bill wasn't
start at
Indian
the grassroots.
education for Indians. It was Indian education for all.
yes, but just FYI.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman, I forgot to mention, Mr. Ratliff is, I don't know if he's still here.
He's close
He was
by.
very instrumental in.
He's in the very back. He moves around.
He was instrumental. He asked for some meetings with the University of Wyoming College of Education, and they have pledged to augment some of their teacher training courses with American Indian Studies now. It'll be required in certain classes. So I wanted to give kudos and props to Mr. Ratliff because he led that, and he's also been working with the community colleges on a similar discussion. Forgot to mention that earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it, Mr. Black. Thank you all very much. That was a very hard morning and appreciate everybody's diligence. The committee's got to have a break. You got to have a break. So we'll take a break, and I think might as well take a break till 2:00. It's possible there's a deli at Heinz across the street, and it's pretty good, and it's recommended. And if we could get back here, we'll pick up at 2:00. Thank you all. And we'll have a new chairman. You guys will all be happy.